This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound.
Please be seated. First item of business in the order paper, members, is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mrs Rosemary Barton replace Mr Andy Allen as a member of the Business Committee.
I call Robbie Butler to move the motion.
Speaker.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Thank you. Next item of business on the order paper. Sorry. Moving ahead a little bit too quickly. Members, just take a ease for a moment. Waiting on Joanne Bunting. Yeah. Okay, members, we'll just start again then, and could remind people who have to address the Assembly early to be in their place. So, thank you. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. It will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Paul Frew and Mr Stephen Dunn replace Mr Alex Easton and Mrs Pam Cameron as members of the Committee for Communities. That Mr Maurice Bradley ceases to be a member of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and that Mr Paul Frew replace Mr Gordon Lyons as a member of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee.
I call Joanne Bunting to move the motion.
I beg to move, Mr Speaker, and in so doing, we'd offer you and this House my apologies. I was waiting on a lift, chose the wrong one, so I sincerely apologise to you and the House.
Thank you, Member. And the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. And the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill, and I call the Minister of Health.
I beg to move that the second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill be agreed.
Second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill has been moved in accordance with convention. The Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this particular debate, and I call on the Minister of Health to open the debate on the bill. Minister Robin Swan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Speaker, I am delighted to finally be opening the debate in the Assembly on the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill. And it is by chance, but also entirely fitting, that I am doing so on this, the first day of this year's Organ Donation Week. The bill broadly mirrors the provisions set out in the 3 clauses of the Organ Donation Deemed Consent Act 2019, in that it seeks to amend the relevant parts of the Human Tissues Act of 2004. It has been long awaited by all who are involved in the organ donation process. There have been many challenges and delays in bringing this bill forward. However, the strong public support for this bill can leave no doubt that this is the right time to make a real difference to people's lives in Northern Ireland. And at this stage, Mr Speaker, I want to pay tribute to all those that have long campaigned for this move today, including the family of young Daki McGachan, but in particular I also want to thank the person who personally first convinced me almost a decade ago that our organ donation laws needed to change. In December 2012, Joanne Dobson tabled her private member's bill. At that time, it was a trailblazing piece of legislation, and it looked that Northern Ireland was going to help lead the way. Without rehearsing the details, however, Joanne's bill was not given the political support it deserved, and in the years since, our organ donation laws fell rapidly behind those of all our neighbours. But this bill is a chance to put that right. The Organ and Tissue Donation Deemed Consent Bill will strengthen the current legislative framework around organ donation and will increase the current rate of consent in the small number of cases in which it is clinically possible for organ donation to proceed after a person's death. Doing so will increase the overall number of donors and ultimately the number of life-saving organs available for transplantation. My officials have considered in detail the legislative developments relating to organ donation in other jurisdictions in the United Kingdom, and members will find that the bill will introduce measures similar to those in place in Wales since 2015, England since 2020, and in Scotland since March of this year. The consent rate in Wales has increased from 58% in 2015 to 70.7% in 2020. Although the impact was not immediate and took several years to begin to take effect, following an extensive media promotion and information campaign by the Welsh Government. And in England and Scotland it is too soon to analyse the impact of the consent rates. But all of the provisions in the bill have been subject to a public consultation that was held late in 2020 and extensive stakeholder engagement. Respondents to the consultation included key stakeholders from the statutory and voluntary sectors, as well as the professional and clinical community, with responses to the consultation indicating overwhelming support for the bill. Nevertheless, Speaker, I do acknowledge that there are a range of views within and outside the clinical and professional community which must be fully respected and engaged with as part of the ongoing discussion around organ donation. Whilst it would not be appropriate for me to speak on any clinician's behalf on this issue, I would assure you that my officials have had significant engagement with clinical and nursing leads who specialise in organ donation and transplantation as part of the consultation process and continue to do so in preparation for the legislative process. I wish to thank those who took the time to respond to the consultation or who attended any of the consultation events. I also wish to thank the Health Committee and its members for opening a call for evidence over the summer recess, as this should permit committee scrutiny to commence later this month. As the scrutiny process begins, the Assembly can have confidence that this bill has had the benefit of extensive stakeholder engagement and input by the various stakeholder groups that met on many occasions to consider these policy proposals. This bill will mean that adults in Northern Ireland will be considered potential donors unless they choose to opt out or are excluded. Around 115 people in Northern Ireland are on the transplant waiting list, and every year around 10 to 15 people in Northern Ireland die waiting on an organ transplant. This bill will help to reduce the number of people waiting for life-saving transplants. This will require new primary legislation to change the current system in Northern Ireland, in which people can choose to opt in or opt out on the organ donation register, to a new statutory opt-out system in which consent is deemed or presumed except in certain exempt circumstances, or if a person has made a decision to opt out during their lifetime. This is sometimes known as deemed consent. The main policy objective is to increase the current rate of consent in the small number of cases in which it is clinically possible for organ donation to proceed after a person's death. Doing so will increase the overall numbers of donors and ultimately the number of life-saving organs available for transplantation. It will be considered that everyone living in Northern Ireland agrees to donate their organs when they die, unless they have confirmed otherwise by opting out on the organ donor register, or otherwise making their decision known, or they are from one of the excluded groups. It is acknowledged that legislative change alone will not achieve a sustained increase in organ donation consent rates. It can be a potential enabler to further progress towards this goal if it is combined with increased public awareness and knowledge. Countries with mature opt-out systems and high rates of consent, for example Spain, tend to have high levels of public support and understanding around the benefits of organ donation and transplantation. The introduction of an opt-out system for Northern Ireland must therefore be combined with continued efforts to promote public and professional education and long-term behavioural change. My department will therefore continue to implement the commitments set out in its 2018 policy statement, in line with the statutory duty to promote transplantation, which was conferred on him by Part 4 of the Health Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2016. The overall objective of the policy is to promote a positive, cultural, long-term change in attitudes and behaviours in relation to organ donation. My department is working with the health and social care system, the public sector, which includes local government and the education system, and wider society, to promote organ donation through a coordinated and sustained communication programme. These commitments are not impacted by the proposed move to a statutory opt-out system and will remain in place during and after the implementation of any new legislative framework. I have accepted the recommendation of the Organ Donation Clinical Advisory Group, and I am proposing that the draft bill should include further statutory provision which will effectively enhance my department's statutory duty, with specific reference to promoting and reporting on soft opt-out on an ongoing basis. Whilst the change in law will not increase the size of the UK donor pool, it has the potential to increase the consent rate in situations where a potential organ donor has been identified. This is generally a person from whom further intensive care has no prospect of bringing about recovery. In Northern Ireland and in other UK regions until recently, this consent rate has remained around about 2/3 of potential donors. So the strategic aim is a sustained consent rate at 80% or higher. The bill sets out a number of exempt groups to whom deemed consent provisions will not apply. These people can still become organ donors after they die, but consent will continue to be sought from families. These exempt groups are children and young people under the age of 18, adults who lack capacity to understand the new system, for an example, an adult with advanced dementia or severe learning difficulties, people whose identity is unknown, and people who are not ordinary resident in Northern Ireland, and that would include, for example, tourists, students or overseas armed forces. Organs donated for research purposes or when the transplant is considered novel or rare will not be included under this bill. There will also be strict safeguards in place, and specialist nurses will always discuss organ donation with families so an individual's wishes are respected. Mr Speaker, 49% of our population have now joined the NHS organ donor register, a steady increase from 30% since 2013. Many more than this, consistently around 90%, say that they support organ donation. However, this means that families are often left with a difficult decision when a loved one dies. Approximately 1 in 4 families decide not to proceed with donation when faced with this decision, most often because they do not know what their loved one would have wanted or what decisions they have made. When families know that their loved one would have wanted, they are much more likely to honour these wishes. So the effect of the proposed change to the current law will be to shift the focus to the donation conversation, which is conducted with families at the end of life by expert NHS specialist nurses. And that's in order to establish the known decisions of their loved ones. Every other part of the end-of-life care pathway will remain unchanged and conducted in line with current clinical and professional standards. Under the bill, the Government's public awareness campaign will help raise awareness of the new system before it will come into force in spring 2023 and give people the time to have the conversations they need. Organ donation is deeply personal and a deeply personal decision for everyone, which is why we will be launching a public awareness campaign to ensure people understand the new system and the choices available to them. Those individuals who do not wish to donate their organs will still be able to record their decision on the NHS organ donation register. They will be able to do this through NHS Blood and Transplant's website or helpline. Under the new law, being an organ donor will still be your choice. Organ donation will remain a priceless gift. Mr Speaker, I want to thank everyone for your patience while I've provided this overview of this bill, and I hope you will agree that this remarkable change in legislation proceeds in order that we may achieve the necessary changes to the organ donation process that will make a real difference to so many lives. It's important that everyone takes the time to discuss their choices on donation with their families and register their wishes, whatever their preference may be. We envisage a year from the passing of the bill in the Assembly to the bill goes live. This will allow us the time to revise and implement the codes of practice, train staff and ensure that the public are made aware of the change in law. But my department has already a comprehensive plan in place for that. So, Mr Speaker, it is my delight that I beg to move.
I thank the Minister for that, and I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Health, Colm Gildernew.
I welcome the opportunity today to make some initial remarks on behalf of the Health Committee, outlining the Committee's consideration of the bill before speaking as my party's health spokesperson. As the Minister has outlined, this bill aims to change the statutory framework for organ and tissue donation in the North to a soft opt-out or deemed consent system. The policy objective is to increase the current rate of consent in the small number of cases in which it is clinically possible for organ donation to proceed after a person's death. The issue of organ and tissue donation is a very important and also, as the Minister has outlined, an emotive issue. It really is an issue of life and death for people in our families and communities, and if the bill passes this stage, the Committee welcomes the opportunity to scrutinise this very important piece of legislation. One of the first informal meetings that myself and the Deputy Chairperson of the Committee, Pam Cameron, held was with young Dahi McGowan. Dahi and his family have played an important role in getting this legislation to the Assembly. They deserve massive credit for putting the issue in the headlines and being such great advocates themselves for organ donation. There are many others, and I am keenly aware of many others who have played a part in bringing forward this legislation, and I want to thank them for their advocacy and promotion of organ donation, including Joanne Dobson, formerly a member of this Assembly, and Fergal McKinney and the BHF, who have campaigned vigorously on this issue over the years. On Wednesday evening, members, the Committee held a stakeholder event with many people who have gone through the process, the transplant process, and those who worked to support those going through that process. We gained valuable knowledge, and it was brilliant to hear the first-hand experience of people who had significantly benefited from a transplant, and some of the difficulties that they faced also. I would like to thank those who took part in that engagement, and a very special thanks to the Patient and Client Council and the Assembly's engagement team for facilitating the event. and I will mention some of the discussions that we had during that at a later stage. The Department, as the Minister has indicated there, also ran a consultation on the proposed legislative changes at the end of last year, and the Committee received information to say that there was broad support for the proposed changes. The Committee wrote to the Department to outline the importance of publishing the outcome of that consultation as soon as possible, and the Committee welcomes the fact that the Department have published that analysis of responses on Friday. The Committee was briefed by officials at its meeting on the 9th of September on the principles of this bill. Officials provided members with some of the statistics in relation to organ donation and the reasons why the Department is introducing the legislation. They also outlined the various exemptions that would apply to the bill and how the bill proposes an extension to the existing duty to promote and inform the public about deemed consent and the individual's right to opt in or opt out of deemed consent. During the briefing, members raised a number of questions in relation to the impact of similar legislation in other jurisdictions, definitions contained within the legislation and how the Department plan to outline how definitions will be agreed, the role of educating under 18s in relation to organ donation, and the exemptions and how they will apply to particular groups. As I mentioned earlier, the Committee held a stakeholder event last week on the bill to seek the views of those who have benefited in the past from organ donations and groups who support donors and recipients of organ donations. It was a very well attended event by both stakeholders and members. We discussed questions around whether they felt this proposal would increase donors, how medical professionals discuss this issue with families, and how we can promote organ and tissue donation in our communities. As I mentioned earlier, we received a wealth of information from that event, and it was clear that these individuals and groups were supportive of the proposed changes. We look forward to continuing engagement on the bill, and we would encourage people to respond to the Committee's consultation on the bill. The Committee agreed to go out for consultation following the introduction of first stage in July. This was due in part to the very significant and heavy legislative schedule that the Committee will have over the coming months, and I do have to say that the Committee is disappointed that this and other executive bills did not get introduced sooner and provide the Committee with additional time to undertake its scrutiny role. It is frustrating that the Committee is in a position where it is considering very significant executive bills and private members' bills in a time-limited manner. Providing the bill passes second stage, the Committee looks forward to engaging with stakeholders and scrutinising the bill in further detail. So, Ceann Comhairle, if I may now, I'd like to make a few short remarks as a Sinn Féin spokesperson for health. Sinn Féin welcome and support the organ and tissue donation bill. This is, in my opinion, Assembly politics at its best, where all of us who are elected to this body are doing exactly what the public say they want. The soft-out option, organ option, donation option is widely supported across our communities. I want to pay tribute to all of those families who have campaigned for this for so long. Their dignity, sacrifice and unselfishness on this issue, so urgent, is to many of them, is to be commended. They have never lost hope, and this is really their accomplishment at the end of the day. It is their determination and hard work that has brought us to this point. Soft opt-out organ donation will save the lives of our families, our loved ones and our friends. It is regrettable that there was a delay to bringing the bill forward from the DUP, and also I think it is hugely regrettable that the threat to this Assembly could impact on the outworking of this bill and on bringing this bill forward. And I think the reference earlier to the bill having been brought to an advanced stage and then not having come through demonstrates to us the danger of opportunity not being taken to move forward on important issues. So we all individually have a responsibility now to talk to our families and loved ones about soft opt-out organ donation as an everyday occurrence and to normalise the practice so that there is an understanding of the importance to each and every one of us of signing up to be an organ donor. And I'd just finally like to return briefly to that meeting which has been mentioned that Pam and I did with Dahi and Marcin and Seth McGowan. The second meeting actually we done informally as Chair and Deputy Chair. And just to point out, and I brought this down with me today, this still is printed up in my notice board. It's hard to make out, but it's a drawing that Dahi done on the day he was in the office, because of course while we were talking about organ donation and all the rest of it, all Dahi wanted to do was get on with living Dahi's life. So this is a picture of Dahi's favourite footballer, which happens to be Mo Salah. I'm not sure how much of it's Dahi's input and how much of it's Saif, to be honest, but I don't want to put Saif under pressure. But I just want to highlight that Dahi McGann is a wee man who needs a heart. But all he wants to do is get on with being Dahi McGann. It's up to us to do the right thing, to deliver for Dahi and all of those other people who so badly need and would benefit from organ donation.
Thank you, and I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to speak on my own behalf to support the principles of this bill. And I do so after considered thought, and I'm very conscious of the sensitivities around the issues at the core of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill. Mr. Speaker, we will all know someone who has required an organ donation to improve their quality of life, or indeed to save their life. And it is that life-giving at a time when life is ending that is one of the truly inspiring things about organ donation. That new life, better life, can come as a result of the loss of another. Hope and maybe even a little comfort from sadness and grief. Broadly speaking, we talk of presumed consent, that consent having to be actively withdrawn to stop organs being donated. So at the core remains a choice, rights and the ability not to be a part of this. And I fully respect those who decide that organ donation is not for them. And I would encourage them to think again, but they are entitled to do so, and that right must remain. And fundamentally, we must ensure that those who do opt out are not stigmatised, pressurised or marginalised for exercising the rights made clear in this bill. Mr. Speaker, the bill does include a range of groups or situations that may arise, and I welcome this. The bill will not apply to adults in the following categories or circumstances: people who lack the capability to fully understand the consequences of deemed consent for a significant period before dying. No changes are proposed to the rules on consent to organ donation in respect of children under 18. It will not cover those people who have expressly made a decision on consent before their death, either by recording their decision to give or refuse consent or appointing someone to make that decision on their behalf. Deemed consent will not apply where a person in a qualifying relationship to the deceased partners, certain family members or a friend of long standing provides information that would lead a reasonable person to conclude that the deceased potential organ donor would not have consented to be an organ donor. This bill does not propose any change to the consent concerning transplants from living persons, and the consent of the donor will continue to be required in those circumstances. These are welcome exclusions, but I believe further clarity is needed in a number of areas. We must have a clear understanding of the significance of family consent, which is traditionally lower than the overall rate of support for organ donation. Furthermore, the definition of qualifying relationship in context of family consent must be clarified. Who falls into this category? And is it open to challenge and dispute amongst families, for example? We must also have provision for when a family member cannot be reached under the bill's approach. In Scotland, the presumption seems to be that donation can proceed. What will be the approach here in Northern Ireland, where many people have children who have moved away to study, work or live and are not always contactable easily or quickly? Another key issue as we explore how this would work is the role of clinicians. In this area, we need to ensure we protect our medical professionals from additional pressure from potential challenge. We need further clarity on whether clinicians are likely to move ahead with the donation, even though someone in a qualifying relationship cannot present evidence that their loved one would not have consented. In the same vein, we need to be clear around the definition of information or recorded evidence that would be accepted for the purposes of demonstrating someone's wishes. These are difficult times for those mourning the loss of a loved one, Mr. Speaker, and it is a time where additional stress and strain is not needed.
The member give way.
I will.
Member for give way. I join with her in strongly supporting this bill. Can I say she makes a very valid point in terms of the position of those who are mourning, who've just lost a loved one. That is an incredibly stressful time for families. It can lead, I think, to very difficult conversations at times between clinicians and family. And the more that we can ease that conversation, both in terms of where the clarity lies within the bill, but also, I think, very specifically in encouraging that level of communication between potential organ donors and their families, I think is critical. as someone who is signed up to the organ donation register, I don't know necessarily what a long line of clinicians will be there for any of my organs whenever they go, but I leave that to their professional judgment. But I wouldn't like to see a situation in which my family was saying then, turning around and saying no to that, which is why I've had the conversation with my family. And one of the byproducts, I know when we debated really this issue in terms of legislation about 6 years ago, one of the elements of reticence in what was then effectively the embryonic Welsh model was the issue of whether, from a practical point of view, would this lead to more donations or less donations. And in many ways, we've scoped that out. But one of the byproducts, I think, of the Welsh system has been that both in terms of the legislative changes had an impact, but also actually that it stimulated conversation and conversation between families. And would the member agree with me? It is that communication between families that in many ways will be as significant and the raising of the issue as the actual legislative changes.
Thank my colleague for that intervention. Yes, and agree wholeheartedly with that position. And certainly I remember from past days looking at a similar issue on the Health Committee, and I was very conscious that there were many clinicians who were nervous around this type of legislation at that point, and they were very anxious to see the results coming from Wales and to see the impact that would have on the availability of organs. But it is vital to have that conversation. I think that's the most important thing that we can do as individuals, is to be very clear with our families and with our friends and our loved ones, so they know should the opportunity arise. And we've heard from the Health Minister it's probably a very slim opportunity that could actually arise, but in the event that should arise, that our wishes are fully known and protected in that vein. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude my remarks, I want to reiterate my support for the intentions of the bill, but I do believe we need additional clarity on the points I have raised, and which other colleagues around this chamber will also highlight in the course of this debate. Given that the rates of family consent for donation remain low, with 35% of families in Scotland and England refusing consent for donation between 2018 and 2019, it is vital that we know what the wishes of our loved ones are. I've often talked about what I believe to be the most important issue around organ donation, whether we are opting in or opting out. For me personally, most important issue is and remains around the awareness of this subject. This bill provides further opportunity to create debate and discussion on this most sensitive of subjects. This is a good thing, and I think for most of us the most important thing is to be clear on what friends and family wishes are at the end of life, and who among us would not want those wishes to become a reality. I trust that this debate does indeed stimulate those critical conversations, and that once a decision has been made, that decision is clearly communicated for the peace and mind of all involved. I want to put on record at this stage my gratitude and appreciation to the many individuals and organisations who have campaigned passionately to bring this bill to this stage. And I think in particular of young Daithí McGowan and his parents, who were my first meeting with the Chair as Deputy Chair of the Health Committee. And also on this first day of Organ Donation Week 2021, I would urge everyone to join the organ donor register and have that conversation with your families. And I would also at this stage call on the Health Minister to look at ways to ramp up the organ donation education and awareness across all age groups and society. This, again, in my opinion, is the most important ingredient to increasing the availability of organs, and I would suggest respectfully that we do not wait for the outcome of this legislation, but prepare now to meet the needs of those who wait for organs today. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity today to speak on this important next stage of this bill. Just last week with the Health Committee, we had a briefing with the Patient Client Council with both recipients and those who have donated organs and their families. It was a real eye-opener learning firsthand about how this has impacted both their lives and the lives of their families, especially listening to David, father of Lucia, talking about his daughter's journey with organ donation and the legacy and campaign that she leaves behind. Another eye-opening aspect was discussing the barriers to organ donation, cultural, religious, and some barriers even including superstition. I hope that as this bill progresses through the Assembly at each stage, hopefully as quickly as possible, that both the Departments of Health and Education remain committed to opening the conversation around donation, to informing and educating, removing the social and societal awkwardness that often looms around organ donation, and especially educating our under-18s. The donation of organs and tissues after death helps to both save and improve many lives in the North every year. It is just incredible to think that one donor can transform the lives of up to 9 people. If we look at the current statistics, last year in the North there were just 51 deceased donors, but this resulted in 113 transplants throughout the UK. In total, 87 Northern Irish residents received a transplant. It really is incredible to think of the lives that can be changed. One of the 87 recipients happened to be my constituent, a young man named Michael from Ballykelly. Now, Michael isn't much older than me, but he has severe complications and damage to his kidney. He now lives life with his kidney functioning at 8%. I find him truly inspiring. Every day is a battle for him, but he holds out hope that he will someday soon get the call. And that's the heartbreaking thing about having issues with your organs. It truly is the luck of the draw. None of us know when we will need one, or if it will be any of us facing these challenges we're discussing today. So it really is crucial that we get talking with our constituents wherever possible about it today to preserve life tomorrow. Currently, there is a shortage of donors in the North, with around 115 people waiting for a transplant. But if we look at how the opt-out system has changed things with its introduction in Wales, with the consent rates from deceased donors increasing over 12% in 2020. Lastly, I'd like to thank young Dahi and his committed parents for their ongoing focused campaign on organ donation. We in the SDLP wholeheartedly support this bill and hope it contributes to a societal shift in getting families talking, parents talking, teachers talking, and people realising the importance of donating organs. So let's get talking and let's get donating. Thank you.
Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. It's a real pleasure actually to get up and speak even briefly on this bill. Obviously, as the Ulster Unionist rep, the first to speak, and Noel will speak shortly, we will be speaking in support of the bill. And I think back to 2016, when I first became an MLA, I was allocated a role in the Health Committee. Now, I wasn't the health spokesperson, I was deputy to Joanne Dobson. I had been given the portfolio of mental health, which has been excellent, but I did work side by side with Joanne Dobson at that time in 2016. And that obviously was hot on the heels of the failure of being able to get the bill through first time round. But I just want to put on record, as the Minister already has, my thanks to Joanne Dobson and her absolute resolution to see change. And since leaving politics, Joanne has continued on that quest to pursue this issue as a real priority, to help change and transform the lives of many people across Northern Ireland who need it. So, Joanne, thank you. I'm sure you will indeed be listening. This is only the second stage of the bill, and obviously there's the consultation to come through, which we'll look forward to getting the detail of. But I hope that anybody within this chamber who still needs to be convinced by the end of the journey of this bill will not need convinced, and that this will receive unanimous support through its stages. If anybody has any doubts as to why we need this legislation, I'll just list a couple of reasons. For any of us to remain in and to offer that option of the donation of organs, the opportunity to help others in life is the most important thing that any of us can do in any walk of life, whether that is whilst we're alive or actually at that point when we leave this place. And even that thought, to know that you are offering and there is the potential to help others, should fill everybody with a sense of joy. Sadly, in many ways, there will always be those in need. This is my second point. And whether that's through a diagnosed medical condition or whether it's through a moment of trauma in someone's life, there will always be those that need an organ and will be looking to see if there is someone that is suitable. And those lists, sadly, do grow. As I've said, people are waiting, and we've spoke already, and it would be remiss of me not to talk about young Dahi from West Belfast. I had the absolute pleasure of meeting him when Deirdre Hargy was the
mayor in Belfast City Council. She had a reception for him, and it was just before Christmas. I think it was the 27th of November. And I was able to hold him in my arms, which was great because COVID wasn't a thing. And his infectious personality, and it still does, it masks the danger that that young boy is in. He's an absolutely beautiful young boy. He's a credit, and anybody that's met him will verify that. And if you watch the social media that I think his mum and his dad run, it's fabulous. You see he has met just about everybody across Northern Ireland. He has met people from all backgrounds. He has met loyalists. He has met Unionists. He has met nationalists. He's met Republicans. He's met people who don't designate to either. He met the First Minister, and I think he was going to have a boxing match with the First Minister. Can you imagine what length that list is? And Dahi goes right to the front of that list, the land one on the First Minister. Credit to his family for the effort that they have put in over this past number of years. Another thing that's sometimes missed is that one donor can help more than one person. Now, not to get into too much of the technicalities of other stuff, organ donation can help. One person can help many, many people. And if you think about the natural evolution of thinking about that, not only is the family of the person who's going to benefit going to feel good, but very often the family of the person who's perhaps deceased can also benefit in knowing that part of their loved one is helping someone else live a fulfilling and successful life, even in that midst of absolute grief of having lost their loved one. But for me, perhaps, and for some of you may agree with me, but for me it is the hope that it offers. Because when you are on a list, it is no guarantee, even if we change the bill, that the moment will happen. But it is the hope. And I think if we can give people hope, it'll increase their days. Not only will it increase their days, it'll increase the quality of their life, to know that there are people out there who absolutely care about them and care about their chances. I'm not going to say too much more, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, but just I would like to pick up on something that the Chair of the Health Committee, he did mention that there is the fear of these institutions falling. Don't want to dwell too much on it, but there is also the point that these institutions were on their knees for 3 years as well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. So for the two parties, let's learn from the mistakes of our past. We've been through enough in Northern Ireland. Let's move on into the realms of what we can do, what we can do together. You will find no more willing party than the Ulster Unionist Party to increase dialogue and to ensure that we do the best and give the people of Northern Ireland the best life chances that we can give them. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I rise appropriately at the start of Organ Donation Week, strongly to support the bill and to urge that it be passed swiftly, as it should be uncontentious, but it does contain a provision for a delay of 1 year until it takes effect. If I could start by joining others in the chamber here today to encourage those listening in to take the 2 minutes to register on the organ donation registration, to share that decision with their families. Parents may also wish to consider that their children, though unaffected by this bill as it stands, can also opt to be donors. With regards to the legislation before us, Principal Deputy Speaker, this is essentially an amending bill, doing something which we really should have done a long time ago. It is indeed in itself just one step of a journey which I hope will see Northern Ireland come to reach the international target rate of 80% transplants from deceased donors. We saw in Wales that this figure increased from 58% to 71% after similar legislation was passed, demonstrating both the value of the legislation itself but also of the need for further work. This is only made more significant by the fact that the comparable figure lags behind in Northern Ireland at 64% of pre-COVID. This is why we have no time to lose. We need to move on swiftly with this legislation and then get on with the awareness raising which is implicit in it. The bill has a set of exemptions which cover any concerns which have been raised with the Health Committee and the Department over the years. It applies only to deceased adults who are resident full-time in Northern Ireland at time of death, and also makes other allowances. In many ways, the legislation will, in fact, in and of itself be less important than the awareness raising that comes from it. Two questions arise from today's debate. The first is why it takes so long for this Assembly to get around to passing even simple legislation such as this, there is something fundamentally wrong with a system which makes obvious and life-saving steps take much longer than they need to. Those threatening the ability of these institutions to pass literally life-saving laws over the next few months need to reflect on that. The second is what form the awareness raising will take over the year, which understandably has been set aside for it, as well as for preparing for the legislative change. I have raised concerns before such as over the COVID regulations, about how the public has been left unclear about decisions being made here and how they are affected by them. It is essential, therefore, that we have a strong publicity package ready to go imminently for when the legislation is passed. I would note again that awareness raising should also cover the potential for anyone of any age, even if not covered by this bill, to opt in. We may need to consider how this is made easier. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, others have mentioned some of those who have campaigned for this legislation. I myself have been very grateful for direct discussions going back many years with our former colleague of this House, Joanne Dobson. I am thankful to the determination and guidance of the McGowan family, and I also would applaud the work of the British Heart Foundation and Chest, Heart and Stroke, who both have campaigned diligently over many years. There are, in fact, also many others who have been quietly pushing for this behind the scene, and some of them will obviously be watching in today. Their input has been incredibly valuable as well. And lastly, I would also thank the departmental officials and others throughout the health and social care family for their work behind the scenes in getting us to this point. This legislation has our full and unreserved support, as indeed does Organ Donation Week. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, as this is Anya Murphy's first opportunity to speak as a private member, I would remind the House that it is the convention of this place that a maiden speech is made without interruption. I call Ms Anya Murphy.
I am honoured to rise today to make my maiden speech as an MLA for Fermanagh and South Tyrone. I would like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to my predecessor, Sean Lynch, for all of the hard work that he carried out over the last 10 years. The people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone have fell foul to regional imbalance over the last number of years in respect to many local issues. Infrastructure, health, agriculture and lack of investment from economy. The list could go on. This lack of investment dates back to the introduction of partition, which has a noticeable effect on many services still. The people of Fermanagh and South Tyrone own many businesses, employ staff from their local communities and contribute significantly to society as a whole. The time for constituencies west of the Ban, including Fermanagh and South Tyrone, being forgot about is over. I will fight for additional funding to be made available to Fermanagh and South Tyrone, which will help improve services for everyone. Within my own area, I will work to spearhead the new Lissenski Health Centre project. This project has been ongoing for a number of years and has seen many roadblocks. The people of South Fermanagh deserve the same standard of healthcare infrastructure as everyone else in the north. The Minister needs to advance this project as soon as possible. We will not stand for any further unnecessary delays in relation to this. I am delighted that I have been given the opportunity to speak on the organ and tissue donation bill. I welcome the discussion and the work done to date on this. It is the result of the determined work of so many, not least the families, who are waiting so anxiously for an organ transplant for their loved ones. Within my area, the Western Health and Social Care Trust has had 4 organ donors between April 2019 and March 2020, which successfully resulted in 10 recipients receiving life-changing transplants. Organ donation provides many families with hope in their time of need and shows light at the end of the tunnel. I personally know a number of recipients of organ transplants within my own constituency. Recipients can spend months and years hoping and waiting for a suitable donor. Their physical health, as well as mental health, more than often deteriorates over this period, making it extremely difficult for them and their loved ones. Organ donation is one of the most selfless things that one human can do to help another, and it is rightfully referred to as giving the gift of life. Research completed by the British and Irish Heart Foundations around this bill showed there is widespread support through the North for this measure. More than 7 out of 10 of our constituents are in support of the soft opt-out option that will facilitate easier organ donation processes. The introduction of soft opt-out organ donation will help to deliver an increase in available organs for donation and to normalise organ donation as routine practice. This bill will better reflect the views of the populations and normalise the conversation around organ donation in our society. Ultimately, the policy objective of soft opt-out organ donation is to save more lives. I am an organ donor, and I wholeheartedly encourage people to become organ donors and to discuss organ donation within their family and friends so that we can normalise organ donation as an everyday gesture in our lives.
Thank you. And can I, from the Chair, be the first to congratulate the member on making her maiden speech. It can be quite a daunting experience, especially when you look around the chamber at some of the faces that are looking at you. So congratulate the member on that. And the next person on my list is Mr Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll take any compliment that you want to bring my way. Thank you very much for that. I rise here in what is a very serious topic that is literally a matter of life and death. And I would be the first in any queue or any group to talk about the merits of organ donation and what that has meant for people living out a full life, and what that even means in death to people who have gifted their organs to people who are not as well off as their own themselves, and has had the honour, the privilege, and of their family members knowing that when they passed, they were able to provide life for other people. Organ donation is a great gift, probably one of the greatest gifts that a person can bestow on another human being. And that must be applauded and must be encouraged. And I would also add,
Mr Frew, I'm sorry to interrupt you. If you could just near your mic, just to aid the Hansard for the record. Thank you.
Sorry. It's not very often I'm told that I'm not heard, Mr Deputy Principal Speaker, so that's a novel one. So again, organ donation is precious, it's brilliant, it's a gift that we can give. And I would encourage every single person to have that conversation with family members and to make their beliefs known and placed on record with family members. And I would also add, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that this House, this Assembly, its powers have been diminished over this last year with regards to the emergency powers that have been passed, which takes away the power and the role and the remit of this House when it comes to health regulations. And I am totally opposed to that continuing, because this should be the place, the members of this Legislative Assembly should be the place where decisions are taken on law for our people. So I welcome the opportunity to speak on this bill and every other piece of legislation that we will pass from now until the end of the mandate. But I would not be true to myself, Principal Deputy Speaker, if I did not share with you, the members that are going to make this decision, around my concerns around deemed consent. And I've heard to people speaking here today, and I think there is confusion, and I mean that respectfully, between legislation and organ donation. Organ donation is very good. It's very positive. It is one of the greatest gifts that a human being can bestow on another human being. That has to be lauded. That has to be a given. And that has to be convinced out there in our population. But this legislation is about deemed consent. And I think, and I am yet to be convinced, that imposing deemed consent can actually add and increase the chances of increasing organ donation. And I worry about that. I have grave concerns, because I want to see organ donation increase. I want to see it rise. And I don't want to see anybody die because they needed an organ. And I worry about this. I genuinely worry about this deemed consent. And it's for a number of reasons, one being ethical, but others being that I haven't seen the evidence that it actually works. Yes, I will.
To prolong it, but in my own speech I indicated that it was very clear that when the legislation was introduced in Wales that there was a dramatic increase. So there are jurisdictions not very far from here that have demonstrated when the legislation is introduced that it does go up. So I don't get your point. Thank you.
I've no problems with trying to clarify that point, because the Minister has already said that when it was introduced in Wales, it had a very slow uptake in production. I will in a wee minute, Minister, I will, of course I will. But that it was only after the publicity campaign around it that it actually worked. And that's the point I make also before I bring the Minister in. There seems to be a confusion here between organ donation, good, brilliant, and deemed consent, where we talk about this bill being brilliant when we should be talking about organ donation being brilliant. And then there's a confusion between the success of deemed consent and publicity campaigns that can change culture in our family setting. And to me, that's the most important aspect. And I'll go on now later on, once I give way to the Minister, where I think the deemed consent piece can actually diminish the culture change that we require. Minister, I'll give way.
I think he actually moved on to where I was going to come in and interject in what he was saying. In 2016, we did start that conversation in this place when Joanne Dobson actually brought forward her bill in regards there was a structural change in the policy direction, actually in regard to start those conversations. We haven't seen that increased number of donors actually coming forward onto the register that Wales now has. Wales started at a slow increase in numbers, but now they've got to a place far beyond where we would like to be in Northern Ireland. We had the opportunity back then to be leading on this piece of legislation, leading in the promotion and that real push and encouragement. And I think it goes back to what actually Peter Weir was talking about earlier on. It's about starting that conversation. This legislation has done that in many jurisdictions, in all jurisdictions, in fact across the United Kingdom as well. So it's now the place I think that we are, and having those two parts actually dovetailing together, the conversation which brings about the publicity and the publication, but also that change to deemed consent as well, which does have that other added impact and increase of donors actually on our register.
And I think the Minister for that contribution, and of course the member across the way, but I'm yet to be convinced that it is the deemed consent aspect of this that has actually produced results across the world, including Wales. You could argue that our publicity around it maybe isn't as good as Wales. It's not that the legislation isn't as good. It maybe could be just that it's the publicity and the way that it is publicised that makes the difference. And I worry. The Minister spoke in his contribution about the angst of family members when having to make decisions around deceased loved ones. And every single one of us should be aware, and I hope no one will ever be in that position, but inevitably we know that we will be. And that decision and that conversation must be one of the most trickiest conversations, most awful conversations in the world. And I would encourage, and I would echo the Minister's words with regards to encouraging every single person out there to have a conversation with their family, in their family setting, in a comfortable place, and discuss this issue, and discuss the issue of organ donation. But I fear, with deemed consent, that conversation can be flipped. The conversation then becomes about deemed consent and not about organ donation. And I fear that could put many people off. I hope I am wrong, because I believe that this legislation will, I believe that this legislation will pass this Assembly. And I hope I am wrong, but I worry that I'm not. I will give way to the member across the way.
Member for giving way. And suppose when you're on this earth, as long as some of us have been in here, and I listened to your argument there on the consent principle, and on a family, I think of my own sister, whose young son at 17 went out as a Cont'd with the Essex pilgrimage to Lourdes and found himself in a terrible tragedy that cost him his life. They flew out, but Lawrence, God rest him, had already consented as a young man of 17. So he did it in the school of Gonzaga. The point I'm trying to make to you is that made that awful tragedy and the loss of that tragedy so much simpler for my sister and my brother-in-law. Even though it was difficult, they could see, they knew about the consent being signed, and as the helicopter came into land at Lourdes Infirmary, they switched off that life support machine. That gave them some comfort. And that's very important, that you need to take into this argument, that there is comfort out there knowing that young life lost really gave and benefit so much other. And we still as a family take great comfort from that, so there should be no dispute about that whatsoever, or no choices on that. It was the right choice and is the right choice. Thank you for giving way.
I thank the member for his contribution and his very powerful story, and he is 100% right. Consent is good. But I have worries about deemed consent. And I've already outlined some of them with regards to the flipping of the conversation between organ donation good, but what is this deemed consent, and the confusion that could bring, and the angst to family members. And I worry about that because I want organ donation to increase. Presumed consent, or deemed consent as it's labelled in this bill, is a legislative framework in which all adults living in its jurisdiction will be considered to be willing organ donors, with the exceptions included, of course, unless they actively opt out by joining a register. That changes the default position. And by passing the bill, that would effectively decide that everyone, this Assembly, who passes this bill, will effectively decide that everyone in Northern Ireland wants to donate their organs upon death, without ever asking them. That's deemed consent. Some people might be fine with that, might be okay with that, and I respect that view. But I am deeply concerned that we in this House would hold that right, and I worry. I worry also on the grounds that I don't see the evidence that it actually works. We've talked about the publicity campaigns in other places in the world. But we can also point to places where, when deemed consent was brought in, organ donations dropped. And in some cases, deemed consent was reversed in legislation. We should not ignore those aspects of this debate. No one yet has talked about a downside to deemed consent. And when we balance this issue out, we need to talk about the balance. We need to look at the pros and the cons. And again, I stress, I hope I'm wrong, but there are places close to here, France I believe, where organ donations dropped with regards to deemed consent. There's also another worry I have, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, in that when you have in place the default position of deemed consent, then it's the government deeming that consent. And there is evidence also out there that suggests when a population and a people do not trust their government, that organ donation can also drop. I would not want to be in a position where I would be relying on a trust of any executive or government, elected or otherwise, and that is correlated with organ donation. I don't want to be there. I want it to be a single issue. I want it to be a separate issue. I want it to be a life-giving gift from one person to another. I don't really want government involved, to be honest, in that regard. I don't want government to be deeming it that everyone wants to be an organ donator, even though I hope and wish that they are. I can wish many things, but I don't want to presume anything. And that is why I have concerns around this bill. I thank everybody for listening to me. I suspect I am in a minority, and I also realise that there are many people out there who are struggling at this time, needing an organ. I hope and I pray that every single person on that list, over 100, gets the donation and the organ that they require in order to live out their life in a fulsome manner. I hope and I pray that that is the case. And I hope and I pray that as many people as possible registers on the donor list and becomes organ donators and gives that gift of life to others. I'm not convinced that deemed consent is the way to promote that and the way to do that. Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Ms Carol McKillen.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for bringing the bill to second stage today. I am going to touch upon some of the issues that Paul has raised, but I'm going to keep them towards the end. I mean, as we speak, there are 115 people who are waiting for a transplant, and even just reading through, Paul, and I would encourage you to read through the summary of responses to the consultation. It is very, very robust. It's also completely transparent, and indeed, even as this process of the bill going through the passage of legislation, there will be other opportunities to feed in as well. But for anyone who had any difficulties or doubts about what it was, certainly that bit of information would help clear it up. So I suppose I'm like a lot of people. So first of all, La Tawatak, it's a very, very important August and a historical day for people who've been waiting on this legislation coming forward. I do remember some of the difficulties around Joanne's bill, and I'm pleased, and I'm sure she is, and many others, that hopefully those difficulties are resolved and we will proceed. But I'm like a lot of other people. I made my intentions known to my family many years ago that I wanted to be an organ donor in the event that something happened, but actually didn't make the step of getting on the organ donations register until 2012, March 2012, when Nuala Vallely, who was only 41, died. Nuala was mother to Rachel. She was a great daughter and a great sister, but I knew Nuala because, along with many others in the Falls Women's Centre, she looked after my son and grandson in the creche, full of life, great person to work with kids. And then the other side, as there's many sides of us all, to Nuala, she was a very visible stalwart in Casement Park, where she, took money, sold programmes, stewarded people, but really into games and physical fitness and activity. And very tragically, she collapsed and died. But she had the foresight to make sure that she was registered on the organ donations register. And for me, that's quite typical of a lot of people. They want to do it. They want to do it for the right reasons. And her tragedy of Nuala's life being lost actually helped 8 others. And I remember even then being struck enough that I got onto the register and became an official donor. And her death, even amongst sports, so it wasn't just about the GAA, Ulster Rugby, the IFA, and even others became involved in different campaigns as they have done over a period of years. And it was great to see representatives of all those different sporting codes wearing the organ donation colours were then red, and encouraging people to become donors. And then we had Shane Finnegan and Joe Brawley, and the altruism there from Joe to Shane. And that is the case for many. I mean, I know at least 2 people who former MLAs in this chamber have become live donors to members of their families. And I know others who are donors of bone marrow. And they became so because they were on an official register. So 8 people, I think Paul and others have said, call it the gift of life, received the gift of life because of Nuala Ballali's wishes, and I'm sure many others will, have many other experiences of people in their constituencies, of people that they know of. So for me, most people who in this consultation agree that that there does need to be legislation around organ donation. It will also put this on a statutory footing, which I think has been missing. And that's where, so for example, some of the issues that Paul had raised, I mean, I think from what I heard, and I'm willing to give way, but I think it's unfortunate to use the concerns around deemed consent, along with perhaps a view that you hold around interference from government, because I've heard that from you around other issues. But the issue for deemed consent is an important one, because people need to know where the differences are and what decision it will make. But clinicians and families and individuals through this bill need this legislation in order to make their work a lot clearer. The official organ donation register is there, but it's only one indication. And I would surely.
This has been a very, very good debate so far, can I say that, with regards to all the members who have taken place. But when you talk about clinicians needing legislation in place to make their jobs clearer, I'm not sure that deemed consent does that, because of the issue around the conversation that will still be had by family members and clinicians around the time of the real grave pressurised trauma of a death. And I'm not sure it makes it clear. It makes it clear that it's deemed consent, and it makes it clear that we're all on the register until we opt out. But I'm not sure it helps the clinicians at all with regards to organ donation. Thank you.
And I appreciate the member for clarifying that position. And I intend to keep this a good-hearted debate. I mean, these chambers are for agreement and disagreement and provide people for an opportunity to outline what their position is. But clinicians have consistently said that when, and particularly the specialists that they are, the compassion that they have, the gift that they have in order to give life to others, when they're telling us over a period of years that there is uncertainty and it needs cleared up, and it needs cleared up through legislation, then who are we to disagree? But again, that's what this place is for. I do think, I mean, one of the testimonies, I mean, I've heard other people, including the surgeon this morning, but one of the things, and he too repeated this, that transplants, despite everything that's happened throughout COVID, have continued to go ahead, albeit with periods where it was not safe to do so. But the issue for us, in terms of our health and social care, we are in a crisis at the minute, an absolute crisis. And we need to see further investment coming from the British Government to the Department of Health and this executive in order to address that. That isn't me being political, that's a fact. The Minister has said it himself. We also need to look at, so for example, a service like transplant service that has continued throughout this pandemic, but the issue that keeps coming back to us as a health committee and indeed as MLAs are life-saving operations that have had to be cancelled because of COVID rates and infections. So when COVID rates and infection surge, it puts pressure on the capacity of our hospitals, particularly our intensivists, to deal with it. And anyone coming out of an operation for a transplant needs those intensivists. So that's the decisions that people are making. And I would use this opportunity to urge people not only to get vaccinated to help themselves, to help their families, but certainly protect these other surgeries that are needed. But the issue for me is that unless there is a change in trajectory in terms of the COVID virus, in addition to the crisis that we have within health and social care, the COVID's further exposed, as well as health and social care staff telling us that they're now implementing their winter surge plans, which, Minister, we haven't seen yet. We've seen the COVID recovery plans, but we haven't seen the winter surge plans. But already we know that gaps within health and social care staff that were there before COVID have been exacerbated now because staff are burnt out. They're working, living, operating on fumes. The tank is empty and they're given and given and given again. And these staff who work in transplants are supportive of everyone else and vice versa. So I do appreciate that this is really, really important, but it would be an absolute sin if this legislation went through, if more awareness was created, if even more living donors were to give. Do we have the capacity? Because as we are sitting currently, we are under huge pressure within health and social care. But anyway, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, and I think this could be a very, very positive point, and I'm going to rely on the Minister here and his knowledge, and I hope that he'll be able to contribute later on with regards to this. But as far as I know, we have a very good high rate of living donation, and it should be something that should be applauded. The Minister might contradict me later on, but I hope that's not the case, and I hope that is true. And if it is, I think it's something that we should all be very proud of in Northern Ireland.
Well, my understanding is we do have a very high rate, but the Minister, and I'm sure his officials will also tell you, that in relation to the staff and the intensivists and the capacity and the sites in order to carry out these life-saving operations, they need to be protected. They also need to be invested upon and done so on a consistent basis. And if any of that, part of that jigsaw is missing or under pressure, then it does have an impact on it all. So it's absolutely the right thing that we're doing, bringing this bill forward. I'm sure Dahi, Martin and Seth and many, many others. And I also want to thank the British and Irish Heart Foundations for the information that they brought forward and have consistently brought forward. I also want to make a point, and I suppose Robbie made a political point earlier, and again, this is a political chamber, but it would be absolutely inexcusable if this bill didn't see the full passage because people felt that this institution wasn't where they wanted to be. I have to say that. Robbie made it in terms of the two big parties, and I suppose that's a go-to place for parties who aren't Sinn Féin or the DUP. But at this stage, we need to ensure not only does this bill survive the passage and get through, and these institutions are here in order to ensure that that happens, but we also need to ensure that the families out there watching and listening to this have confidence in us to do our very, very best, not only to pass this, but other pieces of legislation that are out there waiting. But we also need to get the money. We need to get the money to help our health and social care system that is in absolute crisis, because we've now got the winter pressures on top of everything else. And we need to get the money from the British Treasury to give to health and social care, and we need to make sure that it helps people in most need. And I, along with many others, have consistently pointed out that when it comes to keeping people well, keeping them safe and keeping them alive, there's no further to look. And what our hospitals and our GPs and our ODRs and our nurses and all those people, every one of them involved in health and social care, they don't need anything other than our support, and they also need that to be emotional, political and financial. So I support this second stage of the bill, and I look forward to further debates and this going through its full passage. Gormilla Magov.
Mr Mark Durham.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the chance to speak on this important piece of legislation. It's a bill that won't only change lives, but it will literally save lives, and will no doubt be of incalculable value for many families, so many families, who have fought tirelessly to see the North implement this soft-out organ donation system in line with those already in operation in England, Scotland and Wales. At this point, I'd like to congratulate the tireless campaigners who have worked so hard to see this bill introduced into our Assembly. Of course, no discussion on organ donation in the North would be complete without paying tribute, as others already have, to young Dahi McGowan, who has been waiting almost 4 years for the gift of a new heart. Dahi's parents, Saif and Marcin, have never let up in their campaign to raise awareness of and change the law here on organ donation. Many of others have done so much to raise awareness too, and I'd like to pay tribute to the family of a young Belfast woman, Rachel Malloy, whose aunt will be known to many of you, Catherine Matthews. She works upstairs for the SDLP. Rachel was 22 and full of life and passed away suddenly earlier this year. Fortunately, she was able to give the gift of life to others. And donation, it's not just about what you can give, it's also about what you can get. Some consolation at a time of massive loss. This legislation is long overdue and will lead to many more lives being saved. As the previous speaker said, there are presently 125 people on the organ transplant waiting list here. That's 125 individuals and their families waiting desperately for news that a suitable donor has been found. So why is action needed now? Research from the British Heart Foundation has highlighted that over 90% of citizens here support organ donation, yet only 50% have registered their interest on the NHS organ donation register. And while I recognise that a great deal of effort has been made by the PHA and others to improve public awareness and encourage people to take time and talk about their wishes with their loved ones, should the unthinkable happen, the reality is that many of these decisions ultimately go unregistered. And every year in the North, on average, 14 people pass away awaiting transplant. Bearing this in mind, the logical next step, in our view, is the move towards a soft opt-out organ donation scheme, whereby under this proposed bill would assume that everyone is willing to donate unless they express otherwise or formally opt out. This proposal and the inclusion of consultation with family members taking into account their faith and beliefs, I believe, ensures that this legislation is as sensitive and person-centred as it needs to be. It's not a move that needs to be regarded with fear or apprehension, but rather one that does ensure that individual beliefs remain an integral cog in the process. It's clear that this legislation calls not just for a changing of hearts, but of minds and culture. However, we have borne witness to a palpable shift in attitudes within the past few years. Again, thanks in the main part to families coming forward, willing to share their first-hand experience of organ transplant waiting lists. In doing so, they forced people, many of us, to imagine life in their shoes, even for the briefest of moments, causing us to re-evaluate our choices and to open dialogue around organ donation, a conversation that might not have taken place or might not have even been considered otherwise. And that's all any of us can ask, all that this legislation can ask, to call on people to think about their choice, to give the gift of life. There's no more time to waste. This bill must be progressed as quickly as possible through the Assembly so we can change the lives of families everywhere in Northern Ireland who have been waiting far too long for this life-saving system. And certainly concur with the comments of the previous speaker on the importance of a functioning Assembly to deliver this and many other pieces of important legislation. We were without decision-making or legislative powers for 3 years. God knows how far behind we are already, and we can't afford to fall further behind.
Thank you. I call Mr. Pat Sheehan.
Ceann Comhairle agus Thomas sé disaster bheith Lord and Sean News, which is welcome the opportunity to speak here today on this bill. I don't intend to speak for too long, but I think it is important, and almost all speakers have made reference to the McGann family, to Marcin and Seth and their son Dahi. And I first came into contact with the family a few years ago. They live in my own constituency in West Belfast. And over the past number of years, they have travelled far and wide and met many people from all perspectives to raise awareness of organ donation. Robbie Butler has already referenced the large number of people that they met. I mean, I actually went to Leinster House with them to meet the then Health Minister, Simon Harris, and I was also at the event that Robbie mentioned himself in the City Hall when Deirdre Hargey, as Mayor, held a reception there for the British Heart Foundation, and of course the star performer there was young Dahi. And Dahi also attends the same school that my two daughters were at, so I bump into him and to the rest of the family regularly. And I mean, I remember Marcin telling me when Dahi's condition was diagnosed and the family were told that he needed a new heart. He immediately set about, he almost became obsessed with the issue of organ donation, did a massive amount of research into it, and decided, not in a selfish way to try and get a donation for Dahi, although of course the family wants that, obviously, but also about raising in general the awareness, public awareness about organ donation. And I mean, I think everyone who has met the family or who is aware of them will agree that they have done an immense job in raising public awareness about organ donation, and they should be commended for that. I also want to say that it was my intention at one stage during this mandate to bring forward a private member's bill on organ donation. Thankfully, the Minister stepped in and decided to bring forward his own bill, and I want to commend him for that. And I suppose it has been mentioned by a number of speakers, the elephant in the room is whether these institutions will remain in place for long enough for this legislation to get through. And a number of speakers have also referenced organ donation as being a gift for life, and that's what it is. And we know that people on the waiting list for organ donation will die. Young Dahi is stable at the minute. It's his 5th birthday next month. He's been waiting 3 years now, or he has been 3 years on the waiting list, and his condition is stable, but that could change. That could change in the morning, and there's no guarantee that there will be a new heart there for him when he really, really needs it. And I would say to those who may, in some moments of reflection, think about that gift of life and how important it is, not just to Dahi McGann and his families, but all those families waiting for organ donation and on the waiting list. And think about that when they're making decisions about whether these institutions should continue or not. And I leave it on that. I do agree that it's not just the change of change to a soft opt-out organ donation that's required. We do also need a publicity campaign to run in tandem along with that. And we also, on an individual level, need to communicate our views to our families. All of those things go together. And in the time ahead, and hopefully we get this legislation through, I'm sure the Minister will take account of all of those things as well.
Thank you. I call Mr. Morris Bradley.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I wasn't going to speak in this here, but listening to the debate, I decided to. It's a very emotive topic, and a good, healthy debate has taken place so far in this bill. I am an organ donor, and I have been for a long number of years. It is something I made a conscious decision to do during my 20s, and something I have maintained ever since. I still carry an organ donor card. My family are aware I'm a donor, and if any of my organs may help another needing a donor organ which could be a matter of life and death to them or could help their quality of life, then I would like to think that some of my organs could have been benefit to them. I would appeal to people in this chamber throughout Northern Ireland who are in good health to think about becoming an organ donor. It's the right thing to do. I believe in it, and I believe in it passionately. None of us know what tomorrow may bring, but if in death I can help a life, it is a choice I believe is worth making. My signing up for organ donation was a very personal decision I took when it was a little-known thing to do and not fashionable. So I'd appeal for better education around becoming a donor. I believe in it. I support it. I would love to see an increase in people choosing to become organ donors. It was my choice, and I believe in choice, and I would like to see better education around the benefits of becoming an organ donor. If in a life a death can be maintained, then, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it is worth it, but it has to be a choice.
Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. This is the result of a long campaign of a number of hugely dedicated individuals who have put their life and soul into bringing forward the change in law in Northern Ireland, with widespread public support for change and the increase in those choosing to be on the register across the UK and Northern Ireland being the only place in the UK without a deemed consent system. The time is now to get this legislation passed as soon as possible, and thank you, Minister, for bringing this forward. I know other members have stated here how important this legislation is passed, some calling it the elephant in the room. I was elected here just about 4 years ago, and for 3 years I sat empty. Not my choice, it was forced upon me. And there's a lot of legislation here being passed in this chamber, and there's a lot of private members' bills coming through here before we finish this mandate. And I ask those to think long and hard. Those who pulled it down before, threatened to pull it down. It's about working together and trying to get this legislation through. I'm not going to give a lecture to anyone. Just think long and hard before anyone does any reckless decisions. We currently have 115 people on the waiting lists. That's 115 lives we can directly save by passing this legislation. This is a situation which unfortunately happened every year here. 11 people on the transfer list lost their lives in 2020. We have gone through 18 months of unimaginable loss, but those are the 11 lives that could have been saved here if we'd have brought this legislation forward. An opt-out system could directly help 180 people a year and would boost our overall consent rate to hopefully achieve the gold standard rate of 80%. Our rate of consent has not moved significantly in years. We must act now, folks. I would like to congratulate the tireless campaigners who have worked so hard to see this bill introduced into the Assembly. It is on us now to knuckle down and get it passed. And if I could say, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, this is the job we are elected to do. We're not elected to squabble over nonsense. We're elected to make decisions and pass legislation that will improve, and in this case, saves people's lives. More of this, please, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I thought there was more people before me, but happy to speak, obviously. Happy to speak in favour of this bill, and I think it's long overdue that there was simple, easy-to-follow legislation around organ donation. And too often when it comes to issues that may be difficult to discuss or talk about, people don't know how to approach or raise them. So I think in that context, where there is no reason or need for exemptions, and the state should make the assumption that it is right and proper to proceed with organ donation. In the last year and a half, people have taken extraordinary measures for each other, for each other's public health. This legislation is in a similar vein in my and other people's view. It indicates quite strongly that our family members faced with a tragedy and an untimely death can play an important role in giving hope and life to others. To me, this is a strong and powerful thing in and of itself, and an incredible act of solidarity, and worth emphasising, and in and of itself a reason to support the bill. In passing some years ago, similar to Carolyn Lee Cullen, I raised the issue of organ donation with family members, and that I would gladly wish that my organs would be donated. I'm sure others have had that conversation casually, off the cuff chats with loved ones, but it wasn't, to be honest, until I seen the campaign led by Dahi, Marcin and Seth that I actually made the decision, along with many other thousands of people. I'm happy to say, Anish is jointer me. So that campaign really led to me and many other people signing up to be organ donors. And I think it really goes to show you how change is made in this society, because, to put it mildly, this House moves often at a snail's pace. And it is those campaigns out in communities and streets that forces issues onto the agenda. And in that vein, I want to pay tribute to those campaigners, including especially Dahi, Seth and Marcin. It goes to show really how change comes about. And it's those campaigns, those conversations and activism that really cause the change and cause those conversations to happen in workplaces, amongst families, amongst friends, and so on and so forth. The past year, there's been obviously a lot of discussion about COVID and medical evidence guiding discussions being taken or not by ministers. And whilst there have been a handful of people claiming to be acting on medical or scientific advice, disputing the real dangers of COVID, there's been overwhelming consensus for the most part, at least probably 90%, that governments need to take action around COVID. COVID is a threat to public health. And I think it's similar in this issue, separate issue, but there's a similar point guiding it. And as I understand it, there's pretty much medical unanimity across the field around organ donation legislation being not only required, but being essential to increase the possibility of donation for so many people. As I understand it, the clinical lead for organ donation here is in support of legislation for soft opt-out legislation. And too many people, unfortunately, have the conversation at a late stage when loved ones are dying or unfortunately have passed away. And if there are strong reasons for opt-out, they can obviously do so. And there are ethical reasons. I'll be honest, I don't fully understand them, but there are ethical reasons for opposing it. But there's support there for people to do so. And the argument around, so I think it's important that we do so. And in some cases, there's opposition and reason to oppose the state for taking strong measures. The state tries to grab power for its own interests, to harass, to intimidate, to persecute people, to spy on citizens, and so on and so forth. And in those cases, there should be opposition to the state getting more powers. But this is not what this is about. This is about giving support, hope, as people have said, to individuals, and to take a public health measure, policy to support people who need organ donation. So for those reasons, I don't buy the so-called libertarian argument. I mean, where does it stop? Do you oppose arguments around legislation around road safety, around health and safety legislation, around medical interventions in the hospital, unless there's full consent, whatever that is? So I think there's important arguments need to be challenged in that regard. Those myths need to be dispelled, and I think we need to see this bill proceed as quickly as possible, and therefore happy to support it today and going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm very pleased to be able to participate in this discussion and debate, and I would want to give my full support. And in doing so, I would want to pay tribute to all those tireless campaigners who have brought us to this stage, and none less so than my own constituency, former colleague Joanne Dobson, and party colleague of the Minister, a former MLA of this House, who was passionate about this issue because she has very familiar family and is a kidney donor herself for her own son and I want to pay tribute to her. She worked for many years and unfortunately isn't here today to see it hopefully going through the House. But as my colleague Pat Catney said, and I heard Mr Sheehan's contribution saying to the DUP about the threat to pull down the House and what that might do to this legislation. But I must say it's a bit rich coming from that quarter, given that the bill could have been before the House some 3 years ago, presumably. And indeed, there was a threat not 3 or 4 months ago from the same quarter to pull down the House further. So Sinn Féin and the DUP must look very closely at themselves in terms of what they do for their own selfish political interest and that which needs to be done for the greater common good. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I wanted also to pay tribute at this stage to the family of Rachel Malloy. Rachel Malloy was a 22-year-old final student doing her teaching cert. She is the niece of Catherine Matthews. Many of you will know Catherine is our party manager here and administrator in the offices at Stormont. And Rachel was a much-loved niece, and she died tragically on the 27th of March from a blood clot. And her family, who are grieving her tremendously, are comforted in the knowledge that her decision, and she made it known within the family that she would want to be a donor. She has given new life and new hope to 3 other people by the donation of her liver and kidneys. A man in his 40s, a woman in her 40s, and a young boy have all benefit. And there is no doubt that their life has changed and has been enhanced by the bravery of the Malloy family. And I pay tribute to her parents, Paul and Jacqueline, for having the courage to fulfil Rachel's wishes. And I will.
I welcome the remarks of the... there is, I think, an old saying, I don't know what culture it is, but that you're only truly dead when the lives that you have touched in your lifetime are also dead. And is it not particularly shown by the issue of organ donation, where actually, in that case, we see lives living on through organ donation, which otherwise would have been cut short?
Thank you for that intervention, Mr Weir. I think that is what has brought much comfort to those that are still very much grieving the loss of such a young person. But whenever they know that others are being able to live a much fuller and higher quality life, it doesn't take away the pain, but it helps them to cope better. And in their pride in their loved one, and the courageous decision that they made in the tragedy they themselves had to face through accident or injury. And I pay tribute to all of them. So, Minister, I do hope that this bill goes through. It's certainly needed. It's certainly something which has the full-hearted support of the SDLP.
Call Mrs Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm hopeful that I can retain my composure in this. It's not an easy subject. It's highly emotive, highly sensitive, and as all members have said, literally boils down to life and death for people. And it's heartbreaking to hear the personal stories and to have those brought to your attention. And for an awful lot of people, this is a head and heart call, and it's really tough. And my starting point is that I carry a card. I'm on the register. But, like Paul, I'm cautious. And I think that there's many things in this House about this around which we can entirely unite. And that is, we want as many people as possible on that donor register. We want a huge awareness campaign that brings it to people's attention, that allows for a conversation about what happens around death, dying, and donation. And I think that, I suppose, it's important to reiterate then that those of us who do have some concerns, those concerns aren't based around that. We're all coming to this with an open heart and the best of intentions, with a view to increasing the numbers. So I'm grateful
the members for the respectful debate that there's been. And I trust that members will understand that for some of us, it's not easy, and it's not about obstruction, but what the state and the power of the state, what right the state has over our bodies is not a small thing for many of us. And absolutely rightly, people have sacrificed much over this past 18 months for the sake of others. And I have no doubt that many people who have concerns in this regard still will sacrifice much for the safety of others, still are on the register, still want to see those numbers increase and people willing to donate. So that's not what it is. It's just that I think it's important that it's on the record for the House. It's not an easy position for people to come to for deemed consent. It's a big step for any country. Not a decision to be taken lightly. Not one necessarily to be ultimately and finally and without giving consideration to our thoughtfulness on the issue versus our emotions on the issue. And so, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I have concerns about what it means and where it goes. But in so doing, I support donation. And I want to be very clear that as we go forward in this debate to the next stages, which are inevitable, that those who express concern are not doing so from a position of not supporting the register and a campaign on all of those things. And I think it's important that we don't lose sight of that. The views that are held so strongly and from genuine positions of freedoms and liberties in society and the power of the state. And those are not small things. I'll give way first to Mr. Free and then I'll give way to Mr. Carroll.
The member for giving way, and I appreciate her thoughts and words on this, which are considered. I agree with her that we all here, I believe, in this chamber are seeking solutions. And whilst the jury is still out and there's no proof around deemed consent and its effectiveness, what we do know through evidence throughout the world is that public awareness and specialised nurses are the key drivers of organ donation. And that's what we should be trying to do to encourage that and to promote that, is public awareness and specialist nurses who are well trained in order to get people convinced around organ donation. And that's the solutions that I believe this House seeks. Thank you.
I absolutely concur with Mr. Frew, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I'll give way to Mr. Carroll.
And listen to her carefully, but I feel I have to point out an inconsistency. I think there's a bit of a pick and mix approach because the party is obviously quite content with heavily regulating women's healthcare. No issue at all with that. And then when it comes to this issue, the party seems to
Order.
Same issue.
The debate should refer to the content of the bill. I've been very broad in my interpretations, and members have, on occasion, veered far from the content of the bill. But if we could keep our remarks to the content of the bill, I think Mrs Bunting got the point that you were making. Mrs Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I did get the point, and I'm glad that you brought it to order. I don't want this to degenerate into that conversation. I really don't. And I don't think the principle that I take on either of those issues is inconsistent. Because for me, life is precious, always, and that's why I'm on the register, because life is precious from whenever it begins, and that's the subject of debate. But no, I just wanted to be very clear, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, to this House, that for those of us who are struggling with this, and that's what it is, I want to be clear and have it on the record that it is not about opposing the conversation. It is not about opposing donation. It is about whether or not the state has rights over our bodies. And ultimately, I think some of us need to better understand or to be convinced of the merits. The current position is that a family, if you're on the register, your next of kin can still say no. And that position remains the case with deemed consent. And I think people need to understand the distinctions and the differences if ultimately the position doesn't change at the point at which a decision needs to be made. So those are my thoughts, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I trust that the House will bear in mind, whenever the time comes, that is where some of us are coming from. Thank you.
Mr. Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party fully supports moving towards a soft opt-out system, and I'm glad to see the Minister delivering on one of our very important manifesto commitments. The tragic reality is Northern Ireland now has the most outdated organ donation system in the United Kingdom. That didn't need to be the case. Joanne Dobson's private member's bill, which proposed that everyone should be on the organ donation register unless they took a simple step of opting out, was blocked disappointingly by some parties in this chamber at the last moment. Wales already had a system in place.
Would come from very much the same side of the argument as the member, but factually, in relation to that, Mrs Dobson's bill passed through this House at second reading. It was then at the point at which clinicians raised considerable concerns in relation to the contents of this. There was no further vote on it. Mrs Dobson then withdrew the bill.
Thank you for that. But there was understandable and significant anger across charities, patients groups and campaigners in 2016 at the decision for Joanne to have to be forced to withdraw her bill. As a result, Northern Ireland has since gone from once being a trailblazer on organ donation laws to now having the most archaic system anywhere in the United Kingdom and Ireland. This bill will put that right. Organ donation saves lives. Increasing the rate of organ donation would allow our medical staff to save even more here in Northern Ireland. Organ donation is one of the most selfless acts of kindness one person can do for another. Whilst it continues to have strong public support, unfortunately, there remains a shortfall between the number of donors and the actual number of organs needed each year. Whilst public support for organ donation across Northern Ireland remains high, around 90%, just over 40% of the local population are actually on the organ donor register. Around 14 people tragically pass away each year on the waiting list. Lives are needlessly been lost. As of June 1st, 2021, there were 125 people waiting for an organ transplant in Northern Ireland, 16 of whom are waiting on a new heart. This is a huge number of people who could not only have their quality of life drastically improved, but could also have a better outlook in terms of their life expectancy. The soft opt-out scheme is not going to legally tie everyone into having their organs harvested if they omit it to opt out. The final decision on this will be made by the close family of the potential donor, and they are the best placed people to know what the donor would have wished. When a family loses a loved one, especially when they're young, the only comfort they have left behind about the life of the deceased is the memories of family holidays and occasions, as well as perhaps academic, sporting and workplace achievements of their loved ones. In many cases, when a family have lost a member, especially when the circumstances of their death are not only sudden, unexpected and tragic, you will hear parents sadly, but with a quiet sense of pride, announce that the organs of their loved ones has given both hope and life to a number of other families who had a family member waiting for a transplant. This must surely be a point of comfort for the family of the donor to know that their loss has given others hope. Mr Cagney, with his intervention earlier, did explain in his family the comfort that did give. I hope that this bill can become law within this mandate. We owe it to all those patiently waiting for a transplant that will change their lives dramatically to ensure this happens after timely due process and the scrutiny of this Assembly.
It is a fact, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that any delays in delivering this bill could unfortunately cause lives. Is there anything more important than preserving life? Thank you.
Thank you, members. As question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest that the House will take its ease until then. When we return to this matter, the next speaker is the Minister for Health. Members take their ease for a few moments.
Okay, members, it is now time for questions to the Minister for Communities, and I call Daniel McCrossan to ask the first question.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Question 1, Minister.
Minister.
Thank you. My department has received the updated economic appraisal for the Strabane Town Centre Public Realm Scheme in August of this year to a total value of £5.1 million. My departmental officials are currently reviewing this appraisal, which will require advice from our technical advisors and economists before securing the necessary approvals within my department and the Department of Finance. I am extremely supportive of the works that will help to physically improve the town centre of Strabane. That said, any departmental funding will have to be considered alongside my other departmental priorities. I understand that the Council are seeking departmental support of over £4.8 million, which is around 95% of the total cost. The member will be aware of my department's recent support for regeneration in Strabane, as can be seen by recent investments in the town. For instance, my department has invested £729,000 to improve the greenway network, which has been created with a 3.7-kilometre greenway within the town. A further £215,000 which has been invested to deliver a second phase of the Strabane revitalisation project. This initiative has seen extensive improvements to shop fronts in Church Street, Market Street and Butcher Street. Derry City and Strabane District Council have also recently been awarded £120,000 towards the development of a master plan for the Strabane Town Centre regeneration project. And this master plan will form the foundations for the City Deal project, which will ultimately transform the canal basin in the heart of the town. Derry City and Strabane District Council have also benefited from almost £1.6 million of COVID-19 recovery revitalisation programme. And in addition to this, my department continues to support the 11 core neighbourhood renewal projects with an annual resource budget of £416,000.
Daniel McCrossan, supplementary.
Thank you very much, Minister, for that answer. Minister, you'll know from correspondence between yourself and I over the last number of months, in particular since you've assumed office, that I feel very, very strongly about the regeneration of Strabane Town Centre. It is in a dreadful state of disrepair and is in bad need of this regeneration. I know in the answer to the question you've said it will be subject to other departmental priorities, but Minister, can I urge you on behalf of the people of Strabane and indeed wider West Tyrone to ensure that this is an absolute priority, because it is not sufficient in its current state and needs to be addressed to ensure that Strabane is attractive, vibrant and welcoming to all who live and work there, but also to anyone who may invest. Minister, what would the timeframe be for any announcement?
Well, I completely recognise the importance of investing in Strabane, and I've seen that for myself when I visited a while ago. I've also met with groups in recent months through Zoom meetings because of restrictions to talk about the regeneration needs. And as you can see from my initial answer, I have committed heavy investment into this area, but I recognise that there's much more to be done. Obviously, the Council have put the new proposal to us, and we're looking through that at the moment. But you will understand, even within this Council area, there are other requests coming in from the Council. So obviously, I have to look at all of these to ensure that we can look at regeneration in the round. That said, I know that this is part of the City Deal, and we'll be looking at it in that context. I suppose the timeline, we're working on this at the moment. We're working with our economists within the department. We're obviously still liaising with Strabane and Derry City Council, but you'll understand that an appraisal of this scale will take a bit of time. But I am hopeful that over the course of the next few months we'll have a bit more clarity going forward on this, and of course I can update the member when we make the decision going forward.
Melissa McHugh.
Agat con Carla, agus we has foster listener for hanya the ratches. Minister, thank you, Minister, for your statement so far as well too. Initiatives like the Strabane Public Realm Scheme, they definitely are a welcome step towards social regeneration and will hopefully act as a pilot for our other towns and city centres. Can the Minister provide us with an update on your department's overall work to support the regeneration of our towns and city centre?
Yeah, well, of course, developing our high streets in our towns and city centres are crucial, and particularly creating spaces for families and others to come, shop, socialise and eventually to live in these places is going to be crucial as well, and that's reflected in Council's local development plans that they're beginning to develop across the board. I think also from the High Street Task Force that was established, obviously there's a focus on this as well. And indeed, when I had met with organisations in the Strabane area recently in terms of looking at health and well-being issues, particularly coming out of the pandemic, how regeneration of these spaces can make a huge impact in terms of improving that, ensuring that there's places that's walkable, that is safe for the community to come together, and to create open spaces in which other events can take place as well, whether they're of a cultural or an artistic offering also. So, of course, my department is committed to the regeneration of Strabane, and I think over the last while I have outlined in terms of the investments that we have put in around the 3.7 kilometre greenway, which has had a huge impact in terms of connecting communities, not just between each other, but making use of the centre as well. And as I say, around the revitalisation project. And of course, we're continuing to work with the Council in terms of looking at how this fits, along with other projects, into their ambitious city deal.
Moving on, Erdemer, Anya Murphy. I call Anya Murphy.
Collier, question 2.
Thank you. Throughout my time in office, I've repeatedly demonstrated my determination to protect the most vulnerable within our communities and across society, and to indeed target resources to those most in need. In my letter to Therese Coffey, Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, on the 26th of July, I expressed my grave concern and objection to the £20 uplift of universal credit being withdrawn, particularly in the wake of the COVID pandemic. And of course, Therese Coffey replied that the British Government had always been clear that the uplift would be a temporary measure. I have again written on the 30th of August to Therese Coffey, the Secretary of State, in a joint letter with my Scottish and Welsh counterparts, to seek a continuation of the £20 uplift to universal credit. And this is a similar joint letter that was issued on the 12th of November 2020. Stopping the £20 uplift will have a devastating effect on the people at this time, and when they are in need of financial need and support. And indeed, I recently brought this matter to the Executive also, who again endorsed a letter going from the Executive calling for this money to be retained. And the uncertainties resulting from the global pandemic, which we're still going through, we should be continuing this measure, and indeed the British Government should be maintaining this £20 uplift, because we know from reports from the Trussell Trust and others the impact that this would have. And indeed my counterparts both within Scotland and Wales share my concerns about its removal and the consequences of the withdrawal in terms of providing that support to vulnerable families. If the uplift is not extended after the 5th of October, I will include it as part of my planned review of welfare mitigation measures going forward, and of course I'm continuing to explore options looking at this issue.
Anya Murphy, supplementary.
Collier, I would like to thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can you provide an assessment of the impact on the most vulnerable here in the North if the British Government goes ahead with the cut to universal credit and working tax credit?
Yeah, well, I think in terms of the money at the moment, I mean, there's over 140,000 in receipt of universal credit. That's £110 million in terms of this £20 uplift that goes into the pockets of people here on an annual basis. So that's a huge amount of money that will be lost with the withdrawal of this money in October if the British Government proceed with this policy. So it would have a huge impact because the pandemic is still here. Many restrictions are still in place. And of course, the impact of the pandemic will be felt long after even the restrictions begin to ease. As we did see, for example, with the financial crash over 10 years ago, our society in many ways are still feeling the impact of that, and particularly our most vulnerable. So this would have a devastating impact. And again, that's why I have worked with my executive colleagues. I've worked with the ministers in Scotland and Wales to push the British Government to retain this uplift and to protect those families.
And I call Robbie Butler.
Speaker, thank the Minister for her answers and the work that she has put in so far. With the news that's now emerging with the energy crisis, and given perhaps that the British Government may or may not act on the wishes of the devolved ministers, what actions are you going to put in place to ensure that as our Communities Minister that our people that are caught in this trap do not suffer?
Well, of course, there's a number of measures that we had put in throughout the pandemic. Over £300 million has been invested in terms of support schemes that target those individuals, but also that supports the communities. And we've been doing a lot of work with local councils as well. Obviously, we continue to support our independent advice sector, and that's something that we want to continue to do. we're looking, I suppose it's a perfect storm in some ways, where there is this increase in fuel, there's the impact of the pandemic and also of Brexit. And then there is, I suppose, in terms of movements or steps by the British Government at this point to withdraw this lifeline from people. As I said, it's £110 million that would need to be found. My budget on a yearly basis is just over £800 million. So it kind of puts it into context in terms of that money. We would have to find that money from the executive. And of course, I would need executive ministers to work with me in terms of prioritising this. I will be making an announcement soon on the review of welfare mitigations, and of course all of this will be taken into consideration as part of that, along with other issues that members will be aware of, such as the two-child rule and other issues as well.
Mark Durgan.
I thank the Minister for her answers and her action to date. Welcome the fact that the Executive has endorsed the letter to Treasury on this very important issue, and would ask the Minister supposed to outline what conversations she's had with her Executive colleagues on how we can mitigate against this should the Tories persist down this punitive policy path, and where the money might come from to do so. Also, in terms of the wider review of mitigation, legislation will be required for that. So what delay might we see should we have to do that?
Well, I think, the proposal that I had put to the Executive in terms of communicating with the British Government and showing not just our concern but our objection, that was endorsed by all ministers, which was good, around the Executive table. I think work is ongoing. From the analysis that I've done within the department, it would take £110 million to retain the uplift on the figures of those claiming universal credit at the moment. And obviously that will fluctuate slightly depending on how many people are on UC. We're looking to see what can be done. So you either find the £110 million, there's no pot of money sitting there, so that has to come either from another department, or you stop doing something else in order to meet that need. We know that this would have a devastating impact on people, and obviously that's why this will be included in terms of the review into mitigations more widely. And again, I will be announcing the independent panel who's taken up that review very shortly. I think the other issue in terms of legislation, there would need to be legislative changes, yes, and obviously I have a paper in with the Executive at the moment on the current mitigations in terms of extending the period and closing the loopholes, and I'm just waiting on approval from the Executive for that to then be presented into this chamber.
Rachel Woods.
Thank the Minister for her answers so far. On the removal of the uplift for universal credit will be devastating with the end of furlough and also the increase in energy price rises that we've been discussing. But I just want to know from the Minister, is there any update on the fuel poverty strategy, and what preparations is she making to help with fuel poverty for this winter? For example, is she working with the Minister for the Economy on a fuel bank fund, for example?
Yeah, well, I think it would be devastating, I would agree, and that's what we have communicated to the British Government, and my counterparts in Scotland and Wales have sent the very same message in terms of the impact that it would have on citizens there. And we have heard the stories, as I say, from Trussell Trust and others, and obviously there would actually be a bigger impact here in the north because of all of the other issues that we have as a society here. Plus, we're a society emerging from a conflict, and the impact around mental health and well-being, and people who find themselves needing that essential support in our social security system. So we're looking at all of that at the moment. Obviously, I am concerned in terms of the fuel prices and that as well. We are starting work. If you remember last year, we did put in the additional payment over the winter period. That was something that moved at pace. But I know that that didn't meet all of the target groups as well that it needed to. So obviously we're looking at options at the moment, and indeed I would need to bring something to the Executive in terms of having that agreed. I know it's going to be a question, and I'll give more details on that rather than answering it at this part, or we'll not get to all the questions.
Moving on, I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3.
Okay, I thank the member for this. I think I'm answering question 4. It's linked as well. So, just obviously you'll be aware that the sub-regional stadia programme was a commitment under New Decade, New Approach. The programme does provide a real opportunity for delivery of the wider executive priorities to address a range of social, economic and cultural needs, and particularly the needs of our soccer family. Obviously, due to the passage of time with the consultation, I did ask officials to do a refresh and re-engagement programme. That included a robust review of the programme, looking at up-to-date evidence and particularly looking at the impact of the pandemic as well. We also carried out a club survey that was launched in August of last year, 2020, and with a series of strategic discussions with stakeholder groups as well. There was also an advisory working group that has offered expert insight into the needs of soccer at all levels, and that included representatives of our local councils, where obviously a lot of the grassroots facilities are invested, the IFA, the NI Football League, and also Sport NI, and as well as the department being involved in that as well. I am still considering that. There was more additional information. I mean, I'm conscious I came into this chamber just before the summer, saying that the outcome of that would be a few weeks away. There was more work that needed to be done. There was more information that I needed. And in that time, I have engaged some of the football clubs that are obviously looking to this, and I know that there's more engagements in the diary or being planned at the moment. So I'm still considering this. Obviously, that it is a commitment to have this done within this mandate, and if this mandate ends in the time that it should, then there is a commitment from me that we will have this programme released. And obviously I'm trying to work at pace to ensure that I can get this to the Executive and launched as soon as possible.
Chris Little, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Consultation on the football stadia funding was launched in 2015, almost 6 years ago, and 3 ministers have been responsible for the fund since then: Carol McKillen, Sinn Féin, Paul Givan, DUP, and the current Minister. Can I ask the Minister what findings she has come across as a result of the review, when the fund will be released, how much funding will be released, and will there be an inflationary uplift for the fund similar to that which is being sought for Casement Park project?
Well, I'll answer the first. The money is there, what was agreed previously by the Executive. There is no new money, so it's the £36.2 million. And that is the budget that I have and the budget that I'm working with. The reason that I thought that it was necessary to do a refresh and engage programme is that that consultation was already 4 years nearly out of date when I came into post, and I don't think that it was good for me as a minister to make key strategic decisions on this programme on a consultation that was 4 years out of date. That's not to say it wasn't useful, of course it is, but the refreshment exercise was crucial. I think at that point we didn't see the pandemic coming into place, and this programme could have been a lot further along the way, only COVID had hit. But that has also given us a good opportunity to look at the impact of COVID and what that has on the sport, and importantly how stadiums can adapt to shocks like this within society. So that refreshment programme in terms of those engagements have finished. I am still looking through the analysis, so without having made a decision and all of that analysis being complete, I'll not make any further comment on the detail of that. But obviously there is a focus in terms of grassroots football and sport, and encouragement in terms of our wider strategy of participation, such as women, of those with disabilities, of our minority ethnic communities as well, to make sure that there is participation at all levels within the sport as well. And of course, we will be looking at this as part of that. And of course then the stadiums that do need money. I don't pretend 36.2 million is not enough. This will go so far. This will cater for clubs as much as we can. But if there was a need to look at a sub-regional phase 2, not just for football, but to look at rugby, to look at Gaelic and other sports as well, that would be a matter for the Executive then to agree a budget going forward. My priority now is to try and get this money out as soon as I have the assessment done, and to ensure that I have that done within this mandate.
Okay, I need to ask members to keep their questions very succinct. We're still in question 4, and obviously we're running out of time, so we need to allow other members to speak. Diana Dodds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her question. It appears like the Yes Minister programme, that if you don't really want to do something, you can kind of throw it into a process which seems never-ending. Can the Minister provide a specific date in which she will have an outcome of all of the many and varied consultations that has taken place? And secondly, will the Minister make a bid in the next financial bids that will go for multi-year bids to the Finance Minister for additional funding for this particular sport, since this has been on the go for 6 years and more now, and with inflation the costs have clearly gone up, and clubs like Portadown and Glenavon are fed up waiting.
Sorry, Minister, I want to re-emphasise the point that I made a minute ago. We have to allow more time for more members to be asking their questions. They're on the list on an equal basis as everybody who's spoken so far. People are making too long speeches rather than coming to a question. So I will insist from here on in people put the question so that we can get through the list in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, the member may know other ministers that use that tactic to delay, but I certainly don't. I've given a rationale. I came into post in January of last year. I didn't feel that it was appropriate that I made big decisions on a crucial fund like this with a consultation that was 4 years out of date. That's why I instructed right away a refreshment exercise. Nobody could have foreseen the pandemic, and obviously our focus had to shift in terms of that pandemic. But that said, the refreshment exercise still continued. I am committed to having this done within this mandate, and that is a commitment from me to do that within this mandate, and that's something that I will do. I'm still looking through the analysis, and I am hopeful to make a decision soon, but that will be delivered within the mandate that we've been tasked.
Well, Ciara Ferguson.
Ask the Minister what has been the level of engagement from the sector and within councils on the sub-regional soccer stadium programme for soccer.
Yeah, no, there's been a good level of engagements with local clubs at the grassroots who have been responding to the survey that was put out as part of that refreshment and engagement exercise. I have already given an update of the advisory group. All local councils were involved, the IFA, the Football League, the Chief Leisure Officers Association, and they met as part of regular meetings to shape the programme and to look at that going forward. There were one-to-one strategic discussions with key stakeholders that were held over the last year as well, and there were a total of 90 responses were received from 467 clubs, and that was over an 80% response rate from NIFL clubs and affiliated clubs as part of the refreshment exercise.
Colin McNesbitt.
I understand this programme was first endorsed by the Executive on the 10th of March 2011, over 10 years ago, or to put it another way, some 2,700 working days. What does that tell us about effective and efficient government?
I came into post and into this Assembly in January 2020, and I can give it a commitment that I will be the Minister that delivers this programme and this mandate.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, there's considerable frustration and concern in my constituency around the Brandywell Stadium. We have a history here of making announcements just before elections and not delivering.
The member needs to pose a question.
Yeah.
Thank
Materials have gone up in price significantly since the last announcement. How is she going to address that?
I met with the Brandywell, so I've met with them a while ago in terms of the issues, and obviously regional disparity and looking at funding is a crucial issue, and that's obviously been one of my considerations as part of the refreshment exercise, is making sure that we're looking at all of these issues. Obviously the inflationary rates and the price of construction is having an impact on capital programmes across the board, and indeed the Executive is looking at that. We still are unclear as to whether that's going to last and into next year. So as this programme starts to take effect, those costs may come down, but it is something that we're keeping under review. And if it does need more money, then that will be a matter for the Executive to make that decision.
Moving on, I call Steve Egan. Number 5, please.
Yeah, so just fuel poverty is defined as needing to spend more than 10% of the total household income on the fuel used to maintain a satisfactory level of heating. That is defined as 21 degrees in the living room and 18 degrees in other occupied rooms. Fuel poverty is generally caused by a combination of 3 factors: poor household energy efficiency, low income and fuel costs. My department currently delivers 2 grant schemes aimed at reducing the impact of fuel poverty by improving energy efficiency. The Affordable Warmth Scheme is the Executive's main fuel poverty scheme, and it provides a range of energy efficiency improvements, which includes cavity and loft wall insulation, and also the replacement of heating systems and windows where appropriate. I approved changes to the eligibility criteria for the scheme from July this year, and it's anticipated that this will increase the number of households eligible for the grant. The second is the Boiler Replacement Scheme, which is a grant administered by the Housing Executive and provides up to £1,000 towards the cost of replacing insufficient boilers over 15 years old. The Social Fund Cold Winter Weather Payment, which provides a one-off payment of £25 to elderly, disabled and those with children under 5-year-old periods of severe weather, is also another scheme in terms of working on the ground. And the winter fuel payment is a tax-free, non-means tested benefit which is paid annually to eligible people. The rate payable is between £100 and £300 depending on your circumstances, and an award for short-term financial help may also be made through the discretionary support scheme to assist people with additional expenditure for fuel costs and a person of extreme. Now, obviously, the discretionary support is being reviewed at the moment by an independent panel, and indeed, my officials recently met.
Time's up.
Sorry. Okay.
I call Steve Aiken, supplementary.
Be quick, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much indeed for the exposition that is detailed quite clearly from your website what fuel poverty is. However, in earlier questions in this Assembly, you pointed out the fact that you've been asking for a financial ask. So you've obviously your department has done some research on the issues of fuel poverty. Could you tell us the quantum of the figure that you're looking for and how far you've got with the Finance Minister with those asks?
Well, the fuel poverty strategy is still being developed at the moment, so all of those costs are not yet bottomed out or known in terms of that, so I will be able to update this House once that has been finalised. We are obviously looking at the impact of this winter. We've done an initial, a COVID heating payment last winter. I understand that that didn't impact on all of the groups that needed the support. So obviously on the back of my officials meeting with the regulator looking at increased fuel costs, we're looking to explore what can be done this winter whilst we're still working on those longer term strategies. So once we have looked at options, I will then present that to the Executive and indeed update this House.
Brief question, Stuart Dixon.
Yes, Minister. Given we know the reasons for fuel poverty and the current fuel crisis in relation to world oil and gas prices, but Minister, you can quite happily tell us what the problems are, but can you start to tell us what the solutions are for the people in Northern Ireland who will suffer untold fuel poverty this winter?
Well, I've outlined a number of schemes that we already run within the department. We're obviously updating the strategy as well because it is outdated. It obviously has to take into the effect of COVID and the long-lasting impact that that has as well. We are developing the anti-poverty strategy and indeed that will be presented to the Executive towards the end of this year as well. That starts to look at, one of the key areas is obviously income and putting income into people's pockets. And we need to find ways of looking at that. There's obviously been some difficulties because particularly those in receipt of benefits, money then could be deducted. So it's not just as simple as giving money out. And obviously when you're looking at the fuel schemes, when we did the additional winter fuel payment last year, that went to over 200,000 households at a cost of £45 million. But there were still gaps within that scheme in terms of low-income families who may be in work, who aren't entitled to certain benefits. And of course we're looking at supports now to see what we can do, whether that's in a voucher-type scheme. And then of course as part of the wider housing transformation, there is a lot of work to be done around retrofitting around looking at the challenges of climate change, which also deal and look at the challenges of fuel poverty as well. So there are a lot of initiatives that I outlined, and yes, you can look on the internet and find them on the website, and I would encourage members to do that. But there are initiatives that we are doing, but of course we're looking to see what additional we can do, and that work is ongoing at the moment.
Thank you. And that ends the period for list of questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, to change the subject completely, given concerns expressed recently by the leading trade union NIPSA with regards to allegations of bullying in Mid and East Antrim Council, how do you respond to that, and what concerns do you have about the operation not only of Mid and East Antrim Council but the whole issue of bullying in local government across Northern Ireland?
Yeah, well, councils, you'll know, are autonomous bodies. I have certain rules and oversight in terms of the role and functions of council. I think any council obviously need to have robust anti-bullying policies. They need to make sure that their whistleblowing policies are working effectively as well, that encourages people, whether that's individuals or their trade unions, to come together. I think they should be encouraging trade union activism and ensuring that unions can organise within their councils or indeed across society as a whole in terms of representing people's views. Any case then, so the bullying essentially is an issue for the council. It has to be addressed within the council in terms of the processes they have in place, or it may turn to a criminal proceeding, and that will take the route that it takes. If there is any accusation in terms of the policy area responsibilities that I would have, then of course I would investigate that, and I'm doing a number of audits and obviously looking at councils at the moment where it is appropriate with the various powers that I have. But obviously bullying of any kind, no matter where it comes from, is totally unacceptable and should be challenged.
Supplementary, Stuart Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given the track record of this particular council and indeed the answer which you've just given to me, do you believe that you have sufficient oversight of local government in Northern Ireland, and particularly oversight of those councils which might be perceived to be very difficult in relation to relationships both inside them and their external relations with the public?
That's a very far-reaching question. It depends where you're sitting. I mean, they're obviously autonomous bodies. They have their own procedures and rules that they have. It would be a broader conversation in terms of new powers. And of course, I would say that there's concerns. I mean, when we were putting through COVID legislation in this chamber, members in this chamber had a concern that the department was trying to overstretch itself into local government and councils. So there's a fine balance in terms of them being autonomous bodies, but of course rightly having the oversight in terms of a chamber like this that makes legislation. We have been working with local government, indeed with councillors, but also with the officers as well, and there are changes that need to be made to make the function of council and local government better, particularly in the aftermath of COVID, and we have discussed this previously around whether meetings are online, offline, flexibilities. Should council have more powers, and if so, what should they be? And we're starting a series of engagement with local government, looking at all of those issues that will hopefully at some point in the next mandate lead to a change in legislation. But again, that will need to be scrutinised by this House.
And I call Keith Buchanan.
Minister, a Building Better Sporting Facilities programme has just been launched through Sport NI, through your own department. Can you just give me your thoughts on why your department came up with this scheme and what's the benefits of it?
Yes, well, this scheme was as a result of engaging with sports organisations across the board, and indeed listening to members in this chamber, in the committee, and also members who write to me on a regular basis. Obviously, there has been an impact over the years in terms of investment that was needed in physical buildings for sports organisations, and I suppose it really came to light through COVID, where those grassroots sports organisations have been to the fore in many communities in terms of the COVID response, doing food parcels, opening up their facilities to the wider community in terms of offering services, and also delivering prescriptions and other things as well. It's been as a result of those engagements that sports organisations have been saying their facilities are not fit for purpose, particularly when you're looking at the area of inclusion, and a lot of organisations across all of the sporting codes are trying to encourage more women, more diverse backgrounds. They're trying to encourage those with disabilities, but they don't have the facilities to meet the needs. And this was one way, in terms of releasing this grant, that we could meet that need. Now, it's not going to do everything. It's £700,000, and I imagine that this will be oversubscribed. But again, it's shown that there's a commitment by me as Minister to listen to sports organisations and to try and respond to those needs.
Supplementary, Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you for your answer so far. Minister, are you content that Sport NI has got this right and will get it right, that there'll be not just one sporting organisation or one sporting type that gets money from this fund? There's more than one sport in Northern Ireland than Gaelic sports, so I'm interested for your answer in regard to that. I'm interested to see the outcome of what sporting organisations does get this funding, and it just doesn't go one direction.
I'm bemused and confused by your question, to be honest with you, because I've met sporting organisations from and codes right across. It hasn't just been Gaelic games, but of course it includes Gaelic games, and rightly it should. I've met soccer, I've met cricket, I've met rugby, and so I've met swimming, so I've met a range of sports. And indeed, this grant is opened up to all. It also includes community sports organisations, because again, I recognise the role that they play within communities and the role that they can contribute in terms of our strategy going forward of improving inclusion in sport, as I say, in those groups that we're trying to increase participation in. And I have no doubt that the information of this has went far and wide. I have no doubt many members in this chamber and outside have advertised the programme, and indeed I would encourage them to do so. And of course there's robust procedures in place to assess them on the basis of the criteria and on the basis of the need that is there.
Keith Archibald.
Margaret, can I ask the Minister to give her assessment of the British Home Office's plans to deport homeless non-nationals on the grounds of rough sleeping, even if they have previously been granted permission to stay?
Yeah, I think it's a disgraceful policy and kind of puts in line with other policies where this British government is and what their intent is around human rights and equality issues. I obviously met with NGO organisations such as CAJ and others on this issue, and I actually recently, last week, met with asylum seekers and refugees looking at the issues of destitution. I have made a decision recently, and I've communicated it with all housing providers, that we shouldn't be assisting in this policy direction. I don't feel that if you're providing homeless services that you should be doing the work of the British Home Office, particularly in their regressive approach in terms of refugee and asylum seekers. So I have put out my opinion that we shouldn't be adhering to this, and I also know that, again, my Scottish and Welsh counterparts have done the same.
Supplementary, Keith Archibald.
I thank the Minister for her response on it, and I thank her for her leadership on this issue in refusing to implement these cruel and inhumane measures. And I previously engaged with, for example, the Red Cross around issues of destitution for refugees and asylum seekers. The British Home Office is using this obviously to target some of the most vulnerable people in our society, and I would ask the Minister to ensure that her objections to this policy are also registered directly with the British Home Office.
They have been communicated directly to the British Home Office in terms of the direction of travel and what this policy is about. So they are clear on what my view on this is. And as I say, I met last week with organisations and with refugee and asylum seekers themselves who did tell their own stories, many of them that were horrific in terms of obviously fleeing their own home for reasons outside of their control. And obviously the work that needs to be done here to create a safe space, a space where they feel included and where they can actively participate. And that was the biggest thing, is that there are barriers, I suppose, put in by the Home Office that actually restricts them, that they feel in participating. And obviously work is one of the key areas, having enough income, not having recourse to public funds. And indeed I know that the cross-departmental group that NILGA, the Local Government Association, run, are looking at all of these issues, and obviously I give a commitment at that meeting that I will continue to work with them on areas that relate to my department.
Call Jerry Carroll.
In an answer to me that Capita have been fined £2.4 million and failed to meet its contract on 264 occasions. Minister, how many chances is this company going to get, and how many breaches are too much before serious action is taken against them?
Well, I've stated previously in this House in terms of my position. I mean, Capita was here before I came into office, and when I did come into office, I said that my policy intent would be to bring the service back in-house again. I feel that that's the most appropriate way. I'm also looking at other models, such as Scotland, which are developing a new assessment system based around their health trusts. And obviously we have had some engagement with the health department, and that will take some time to roll out. I am looking at the assessment in terms of bringing it back into house, cost and what that's going to look like, and soon I will be putting a proposal to the executive in terms of the resourcing that's needed around that. I think that that is the ideal longer-term solution, that the department should be dealing with these issues. But again, it's recognising that will take a bit of time to do. You can't just turn that overnight. And if I was to stop the contract, then people don't get assessments at all, and we would be in a much worse position. That said, obviously, I mean, people will know the recent NIPSO report and others. We have obviously met with the NIPSO. My officials have been meeting with them since that meeting, just before the summer. And indeed, I had already made a decision in terms of the assessment, in terms of looking at the audit requirements. I have now brought that service back into the department again. So the audit function is brought back in, and we're working to increase the caseload of assessments that are done within the department, and we're working so far on 25% of those cases in terms of assessments that they can now be done by DFC officials, with the aim of having all of this turned back in-house.
Jerry Carroll, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Your preference may be to have it in-house, but you extended the Capita's contract for 2 years, despite them having a litany of complaints against them, and they've received a bucket load of public money. Minister, do you think it was right that Capita have been paid £100 million to carry out a service that is well below what is required for people who are disabled and who are vulnerable, and they've had hundreds of complaints against them? Was that money well spent?
I think the service should be provided for in-house. I've been very clear on that. I'm making moves to ensure that that happens, but you will know as well as I do, I can't click my fingers and that happen overnight. I have to put assessors in place. I have to make sure that the public health officials, in terms of getting access to medical records, are in place also. And to do that, I need to work with the Health Minister and the Department of Health more broadly. So the contract had to be extended, or how would we have done the assessments? There was no other alternative in place. There was nobody else that had the capacity to do this. And what effectively you would be trying to do then is no assessments would be done for the next 2 years. And that's the danger. And I'm saying that the contract is you can opt out if we find an in-house model that can be done quicker. I had negotiated that as part of the contract, because obviously this contract is with DWP more broadly. So it's not just pertaining to here. There is an opt-out clause within it, and if I can get that in-house model up and running quicker, then that's what I aim to do.
Patsy McGlone.
Cordia, agus muoithe leis as na freigi gniga seo. I thank the Minister for her answers up until now. The Minister will understand the situation facing working families, cut to universal credit which are pending, the end of the furlough scheme, and the huge increase in electricity, gas, heating costs and other transportation costs. Can she explain what measures she has taken in that regard to mitigate those problems and difficulties for working families, and if in fact she has made a bid to the Minister of Finance to support any measures that she may put in place to mitigate the worst excesses that are facing us?
The member will know, so far throughout the COVID pandemic, I have successfully got over £300 million in support that has went out not just to grassroots communities and into individuals' households, but also into support organisations and local government. I'm continuing to look at that, and of course I'm working with local councils around that continued support for households. My officials recently met with the utilities regulator in terms of the fuel costs, and again we're trying to look to see what we can do to mitigate against that. as much as we can. Last year, as I had said earlier, we put in a heating payment, an additional payment last winter. But of course, there were gaps within that payment as well of people who fell through the criteria. So we're looking at all of that at the moment, and I'm hopeful to bring something forward very soon in terms of looking at those issues. And of course, longer term, we're doing the work around the anti-poverty strategy. We're doing the review of the welfare mitigations, which will be announced soon. I'm also doing an independent review of discretionary support, which is one of the big ways that we can support people in immediate crisis. And indeed, I know some of the, output from that review is they're saying, do not take away that support, keep it. It's vital, it's working here in a way that it's not being offered in other areas. And of course, we're doing other work around housing, around looking at the issues of fuel poverty, and indeed we're upgrading the fuel poverty strategy. So when I can bring more, clear proposals forward in the coming weeks and months, I will update this chamber once that gets the approval of the executive.
Time is up. Members, please take a ease for a moment. Okay, member, resume your seats, please. Order in the chamber. Order, members. Thank you. We're moving on now. We will now move on to questions to the Minister for the Economy. Question 12 has been withdrawn, and I call Melissa McHugh. Melissa McHugh.
Question number 1.
Mr. Speaker, a 12-week consultation on the new skills strategy for Northern Ireland Skills for a 10x economy closed on the 19th of August. My officials are working through the key themes emerging from the consultation process and engaging with colleagues across those departments with commitments contained within the consultation. It is anticipated that the final 10x skills plan will be published before the end of this calendar year.
Supplementary, Melissa McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement. Minister, the creation of the all-age apprenticeship needs to be implemented urgently, as those that are over 25 years of age presently are being forced to pay exorbitant amounts and fees for tuition. Your predecessor said that in April the all-age apprenticeship schemes will be delivered this year. Has your department agreed a date for the all-age apprenticeships to be introduced?
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is of course part of the skills strategy and the consultation has now closed on it, and I'm hoping, as I've said, that we will be able to put that information out there and finalise the 10x skills plan. I understand and recognise the concerns that have been made for those over the age of 25 that haven't been able to avail in the way that others have. I think it is important that that is dealt with and that that is addressed, and urgently. It is, of course, part of the overall plan that we have that focuses on the skills that our people need for the employment and the opportunities that currently exist, and that, of course, will be part of it.
Before I call the next speaker, I need to remind members, as I did the last session, that people need to come to their questions quickly in order to allow us to work down the list of tabled questions. So I will not allow speeches when people should be posing a question. And I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think probably you're speaking about me because I'm a bit long-winded.
You were one of them, so let's not have a recurrence.
Minister, we're facing into a winter where there are major skill shortages in almost every sector, from health right through to construction. I'm really concerned about the logistic industry. It has major skill shortages as a result of Brexit. Many drivers have left the UK and gone back to the EU. What is your plans in order to address this particular skill shortages based on the fact that everything that we use or need comes in a lorry?
You would need to research the definition of brief question. So, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, can I say that I do recognise the seriousness of the situation that we're facing in Northern Ireland, in particular around HGV drivers. It's something that I have been aware of and met with industry representatives in relation to that. Of course, what I heard from them was that it was the protocol that was causing the problems that we're facing. There's the additional paperwork, the additional burden that is put on those that are having to bring goods between Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as well as, of course, the testing difficulties that there have been over the last number of months. The number of HGV tests that took place in Northern Ireland were 90% down compared to what had taken place in 2019. So we need to see people being able to get their tests again, as well as presenting the opportunities that come from working within that sector. So I have worked with the industry, and I will continue to do so because I understand the difficulties around it, and then the real-term impact that is going to have on people in Northern Ireland, the price of their goods, etc. So we really do need to see a rounded approach to it.
I call Maurice Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
Mr. Speaker, the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs has established a steering group involving its senior officials, the universities and my own department. This steering group has been established in regard to the assessment of need and options analysis in relation to a veterinary school to ensure full visibility ahead of any business case that would be developed and presented for the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs for consideration. The supply of veterinary surgeons in Northern Ireland is a policy objective for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and my department is therefore not placed to take any final decision or provide direct funding towards the establishment of a veterinary school. Should DAERA conclude positively on such a school, my department would act as a funding conduit for funding from DAERA for any maintenance support to which any students were eligible.
Maurice Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the Minister for that answer. Opening a new veterinary school in Northern Ireland would be a bonus for young people here to maybe take up that as a career. And Minister, really what I'm after is how close are we to actually having an announcement made, either affirmative or negative?
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, can I say that I agree with the member on the need that has been expressed by himself and many others, and the opportunities that could be afforded by that. We have a fantastic agri-food industry in Northern Ireland, and it's only right that that is supported in this way. However, that will of course be a final decision for the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. So I can let the member know that the steering group has been established. That has representation from my department on it, but there will need to be a business case presented, and then the decision will need to be made after that.
As the Minister stated, we currently do not have our own veterinary school here in the north, and as such, our students must access the veterinary school at UCD in Dublin. Does the Minister agree that his party's decision to boycott the North-South Ministerial Council arrangement can only damage that vital cooperation in this area and indeed in other areas of the economy?
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I actually want to see is that a situation whereby we're able to provide our own school here in Northern Ireland, and that's why I hope that the business case can be presented in the way that I've explained to Mr. Bradley, and then it will be for the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to consider.
With an apparent desire by some to hollow out much of the Coleraine campus, would the Minister agree that it would be timely and confidence building to support a new veterinary school and to site it at Coleraine?
Well, Mr. Speaker, obviously the location of any potential school will be subject to the appraisal of options within a full business case, which is, as I have said, the ultimate responsibility of the Department for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. But I think that as part of that, consideration will be given to various campuses, and certainly I think that that will be part of the decision-making process.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your answers. Just picking up on what the Minister had said there, is there a strategy being prepared or is there one in place? And how long is it likely to be before we have a time frame for that strategy, development of the strategy? Because shortage of vets isn't a recent problem. It has been exacerbated more recently through Brexit and the likes of movement of labour. But it's not as if it's just come out of the blue to the department or to DERA.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the steering group that has been established has initially met. They have agreed the terms of reference for the assessment of need, which is being carried out by SIB, and there will be officials from my department that will be attending subsequent meetings. At this stage, as you can see, we are very early days in this, but I hope that this is a process that can go as quickly as possible, because as other members have demonstrated, there is a need there that exists. Things, of course, will need to be done in the proper way, in the proper time frame, but I hope that that can be expedited as much as possible.
Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 3.
Mr. Speaker, the objective of the £145 million High Street scheme is to support the local economy as it recovers from the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. I was delighted last week to announce that applications for the online portal will open on the 27th of September, with the first tranche of Spend Local prepaid cards to issue on the week beginning the 4th of October. The pandemic has seen a significant shift towards consumers buying goods and services online, and by giving everyone aged 18 and over in Northern Ireland a prepaid card worth £100 to spend in local businesses, we will encourage many more of our customers back through the doors of our local businesses, including the retail, hospitality and service sectors. And so I would encourage everyone who is over 18 by the 25th of October this year to apply for their card between the 27th of September and October 25th. My message to everyone is that by applying, receiving and ultimately spending your Spend Local prepaid card, you will be doing your bit to support Northern Ireland's local businesses. So it's time to get ready to spend local.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I welcome this scheme. I have been with a number of small independent retailers who have welcomed this scheme. I have seen the good news from our retail and hospitality sectors in general in their positive approach to this. No doubt this will be a boost to the economy. Could you, Minister, just explain why this is the optimum time to launch the scheme rather than any other date?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the member for his words in relation to the scheme, and I'm glad to hear that it is going down well with businesses. It's certainly been my experience as I've been out and about across Northern Ireland speaking to retailers in relation to the benefits that this card can bring. In regards to the timing, this has been brought in at this time based on a number of factors. First of all, in relation to research that we have carried out, and also what businesses themselves have been telling us, that they went through a difficult period of lockdown. There was then a bit of a boom after the restrictions were eased, and summertime is normally a very good period for our economy as well. But this is the time that it tends to be a bit of a lag in September and October time, and in the run-up to when the Christmas spend starts. So we believe that this is that right time, not only because there's that natural dip and there's that natural lag in spending, but also one of the policy objectives is to reorientate that spending away from online onto the high street. And we would like to do that as soon as possible so that we can take advantage of the Christmas spend as well, so that when people spend this card in October and November time, that when they're coming back for further spend after that, that hopefully some of that Christmas spend will be reorientated when people go round the many shops that we have and independent retailers in Northern Ireland and see the benefit of that. So this is the right time, and it's not just me that is saying that, but in fact when I launched the scheme on the Ormeau Road last week, the retailers had told me this could not have come at a better time.
Padraig Delargate.
Would the Minister agree with me that it is clearly unfair to exclude 16 and 17-year-olds from the scheme, given that so many of them work and pay tax, and therefore would he consider extending the scheme to include them?
Well, this card isn't for people who have worked or paid tax. It's open to everybody in Northern Ireland over the age of 18. It has been raised a number of times about the possibility of lowering the age to 16 and 17-year-olds. That is difficult for a number of reasons. First of all, the databases that we will be using to verify whether or not people are actually who they say they are and whether they're eligible are databases that 16 and 17-year-olds may not be on. Not all of them will be on the electoral roll. Not all of them will have driving licences. Not others will be found on our government databases. In addition to that, there's additional regulatory difficulties as well. In how data is used for younger people and the additional controls that might need to be put in there. And also there are cost implications as well. If we were to extend this to everybody under the age of 18, it would add an additional £45 million to the total cost. So for all of those reasons, and for the fact, as I've said to Mr Newton, that there was a time that we needed to get this out in, that's why we're proceeding along this basis. Of course, it's important to remember this scheme is not here primarily for the benefit of the consumer or the person that's actually spending the card, but it's here for the business owners and for those that had struggled so long because of the lockdown restrictions. It's for those people that were primarily doing this, and that's why we want to get it rolled out as soon as possible.
Mike Nesbitt.
Speaker, will the Minister commit to overcoming those obstacles so we can introduce a scheme for 16 to 17-year-olds to run in January next year? And if not, will he commit and promise this House he will spend the entirety of his department's COVID mitigation monies?
Well, Mr Speaker, the money that has come available for this is the money that has been allocated to my Economic Recovery Action Plan. That has been fully funded at this stage. And although this is a very key piece of it, there are of course other things and other measures that we want to take. I think a lot of the issues that I have already raised in relation to 16 and 17-year-olds will still be there in a matter of weeks and months, and it's not something that can be easily solved. However, if the member has a way round this, if the member thinks that there is an easy way to do this, I would be happy to hear from him. But keeping in mind the policy objective of the prepaid card scheme is to support our businesses and to reorientate that spend back into the high street. And if he is able to overcome those challenges, and if he is able to ensure that that can be done within the budget, I'd be more than happy to hear from him.
Nicole Stewart-Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, would you share my concern that the 2-week delay in opening phone lines for people to avail of this service will leave them less time to spend the money, and indeed those are people for whom the difficulty in getting the card being delayed by 2 weeks, and they are people who inevitably will perhaps have more difficulty in getting out and about to spend the money?
I understand the concerns that have been expressed in relation to the telephone service. However, I think that the vast majority of people will be able to go online or will be able to get friends or family. Well, he can roll his eyes. Maybe he'd listen to the answer first. We will have a lot of people that will be able to use their friends or family members as well to help them access the card, and I hope that people will avail of that and measures have been put in place so that people can do that. However, even if you are applying on the phone line, you will still have at least 4 weeks to spend your card, as everybody else will have as well. And I hope even more, if you're getting in there early in October time on the 11th, you'll have even more time.
I call Alan Chambers.
Question 4.
Mr Speaker, the Parental Bereavement Leave and Pay Bill was introduced on the 1st of June 2021, and it passed its second stage on the 14th of June 2021. The Committee for the Economy is presently scrutinising the bill. The committee issued a call for written evidence and will be hearing oral evidence from stakeholders over the next few weeks. Departmental officials have been invited to meet with the committee on the 6th of October as part of the committee's evidence gathering. The bill will, if passed, allow for the introduction of regulations creating a legal requirement for all employers to grant a period of a minimum of 2 weeks of parental bereavement leave with pay. I'm sure that the member will agree that we should be providing as much support as possible to those parents who have experienced the tragic loss of a child or a stillbirth. And my officials will continue to engage with the committee and members on this small but important bill in order to see it advance to the next stage as quickly as possible so that we can make it operational by April 2022.
I call George Robinson. Sorry, I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister. He will be aware of the lobby group, the Coalition for Bereaved Workers, who want similar provision for those in the Parental Bereavement Bill for workers who lose close relatives and partners. What is the Minister's attitude to this call?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's first of all important to outline the policy objectives of this bill, and it was our intention that it would reflect the changes that have taken place elsewhere in the United Kingdom. I believe it is right that we provide that support to those who have lost a child. We know how sensitive a time this could be, and I think from the outset it's also important to say that although this is being brought in as a statutory minimum, I think it is only right that we reflect the fact that our employers, generally speaking, recognise this too and have been generous with the support that they are giving to their employees. I understand that there are concerns around this bill and the need or the desire for some to extend it further. And it is something I think that we could examine in the future. However, at this time, I think it's important that we remain with what we have in this bill at this moment.
Thank you. I call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for his answer so far. Minister, there has been some discussion about the scope of the bill to include parents of children over the age of 18 and to include miscarriage. Does the Minister think that is achievable in the timescale, or will he pledge to investigate the issue more broadly?
Well, I appreciate the fact that the member has raised this issue, and I know that several members had spoken very passionately during the debate on the second stage of the bill on the subject of miscarriage, and I recognise fully that this is an important and sensitive issue. I believe that it does need full consideration and exploration to ensure that any policy that is developed is fit for purpose and offers the right level of support, as well as building the right framework for employees and employers. This is an important issue, as is the loss of a child over the age of 18, although we have not consulted on this, and we would need to examine the potential costs of such an action. I believe it is something that we would need to fully explore.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, this bill needs to provide a compassionate approach for all workers who suffer the loss of a child. Would you agree with me that this bill should apply to agency workers as well as employees?
Mr. Speaker, I do think that this is, because of the sensitive nature of this topic, I think it is right that we do give full support to those who are in need, whether they are temporary workers or not. But as the member will be aware, during the debate there was the issue of the length of time that was needed to be in place for someone to avail of this, and I think it's only right that we make sure that we get that balance right, as well to make sure that there is the support for those who find themselves in that situation.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Minister why parents bereaved by miscarriage would not be included in the parental bereavement leave and pay bill?
Mr. Speaker, I believe, as I've said previously, when the bill was coming through, it was to reflect the current situation that we find in the rest of the United Kingdom. That was the original policy intent, but as I have said, that is something that I am more than happy to explore, because I think it is only right that we do properly look at this, recognising the sensitivities around it.
Moving on, I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 5, please, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my department continues to work with the utility regulator to protect consumers through price regulation where competition in the retail energy market is not sufficiently developed or effective. This system of regulation in Northern Ireland ensures that regulated energy tariffs always reflect the actual costs of supplying gas and electricity to homes and businesses. The utility regulator has full sight of all the elements that make up a customer's bill, and they rigorously scrutinise every element of tariffs to ensure they reflect the actual cost of supplying gas to homes and small businesses across Northern Ireland. The utility regulator continues proactively to review all energy costs, and should those or any other costs decrease, they will act to ensure that regulated companies reflect this in consumer bills. My department is preparing to publish a new energy plan in the coming months, and a key objective of the new strategy will be to ensure that all households and businesses have access to essential and affordable energy to enable a decent standard of living, health and competitiveness. We plan to achieve this vision by enabling customers to be active participants in the energy market and by further protecting those who are unable or unwilling to participate actively.
Cara Hunter, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, I recently spoke with representatives from Riggett Hill, the wind farm based in Limavady within my constituency, and we touched on a number of positives and the opportunities for green renewable energy here, not only in my constituency but across the north. Can I ask the Minister, will he approve rapid progress to the development of onshore wind farms in order to give our energy sector more diversity and more security? Thank you.
Well, certainly, Mr. Speaker, I think that if we want to deal with the cost of energy, that we need to make sure that we have our own indigenous sources of energy as well. I think that that is very important, and when my energy plan is released in the coming weeks, you will see the commitment to that. However, as the member can expect, I can't comment on any particular applications at this time.
I call Steve Aiken.
May I thank the Minister for his reply so far. Could the Minister ask us what assurance he's had on the continuity and security of supply? And in particular, does that assurance mean that we don't have to look to load sharing amongst our biggest energy suppliers?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I understand the concerns that will be expressed by Mr. Aiken and others in regards to the security of supply, especially considering some of the reports that we have heard in recent days. And I certainly understand and recognise the need for us to make sure that we have a stable and secure supply of energy, and one that is affordable as well. And whenever I bring forward the energy plan in the coming weeks, that will be a key component of it.
Maurice Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the Minister to maybe elaborate on his department has been at the forefront of promoting the benefits of hydrogen energy, not only to reduce carbon but also the knock-on benefits. Are there any plans to introduce hydrogen or biogas into the Northern Ireland's gas networks to support decarbonisation and help keep costs down?
Well, I appreciate the member raising this issue because it is an important one. It is one that has huge potential and opportunity for us here in Northern Ireland, and the Energy Strategy Options consultation sets out the opportunities for future injection of biogas and hydrogen into the gas network in Northern Ireland, and feedback from the consultation as well as a substantial evidence base will inform future decisions. And my department is aware of interest expressed by gas network operators and a number of biomethane producers in Northern Ireland regarding injection of biomethane into the gas grid. The utility regulator, in cooperation with the gas industry and the Health and Safety Executive, has been considering the technical, commercial and regulatory aspects of how this can be accommodated, and engagement is also ongoing with counterparts in Great Britain in relation to the current research into how hydrogen blending with natural gas can be taken forward.
Of course, Neil McLaughlin, you may not have time for a supplementary, but we'll see.
Question 6, Minister.
Mr Speaker, due to the significant level of public funding provided to the higher education institutions, my department has to control spending to ensure it stays within its budget allocation, and the maximum students number cap is the control mechanism used to ensure this. The number of student places available locally is based on the budget allocation available to my department, and without an increase in long-term baseline teaching grant funding, my department is therefore unable to increase teaching grant to universities. If the cap on student numbers was to be increased significantly or removed, without a consequent increase in such additional longer-term baseline funding, the universities would be highly unlikely to recruit more students. I do understand that there can be frustrations with the perceived restrictions of the cap. However, I must also take a strategic view on this issue, and the skills barometer is very clear that Northern Ireland's future skills needs lie predominantly at levels 4 and 5, that's foundation degree and higher level apprenticeship level, with only a marginal undersupply at level 6. Therefore, as well as the budgetary constraints or the need to increase student fees, there's also no strategic reason to justify increasing the number this year.
And that ends the period for a list of questions, members, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And topical questions 5 and 7 have been withdrawn, and I call Jerry Kelly.
Minister, the soaring gas and electricity prices are hitting consumers very hard, but reports over the weekend of how it's hitting industry and leading to a carbon dioxide shortage in Britain are also very concerning. How exposed is the industry here on those shortages?
Mr Speaker, I think I picked up the question there. It was in relation to the shortages in terms of energy and carbon dioxide. And Mr Speaker, I fully recognise the concerns that have been expressed, not only in relation to potential shortages, but in particular the rising costs and the impacts that will have on consumers right across Northern Ireland. Not only consumers, not only householders, but also businesses too. And I do have concerns in relation to the impact that this will have, in particular on the cost of living and on the ability of people to be able to look after themselves and to heat their own homes. Mr Speaker, the utility regulator had met with me and gave me advanced warning of the issues that were likely to be coming our way in terms of the cost of energy, and this was something that I then immediately raised with executive colleagues, and in particular the Minister for Communities, as her department has responsibility for fuel poverty.
Jerry Kelly.
Going back, listener Ilhan Fragger, I thank the Minister for his answer so far. I understand carbon dioxide is vitally important to a number of industries, including food production and animal slaughter. So can I ask, what is the Minister doing to ensure adequate supply for the industry here, and has he been in contact with counterparts in the south of Ireland and in Britain?
Well, I think it's important to say, Mr Speaker, that the use of carbon dioxide in that way is not an energy-related matter. Carbon dioxide is, in this instance, is the manufactured product which is utilised particularly in the health and food sectors in Northern Ireland. Of course, when fossil fuels are burnt, they emit carbon dioxide, which is going to, I trust, be addressed in the energy strategy, but the issues that he is referring to are not pertinent to my department.
Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, can I just ask why tourism doesn't feature in your department's 10X strategy?
Well, Mr Speaker, tourism is an incredibly important part of our economic recovery. And in fact, I think you'll see within the 10X strategy the reference to place. And when we're referring to our place, tourism is part of that, because the natural environment that we have, everything that we have to offer here in terms of what people actually come to, I think is part of that. So you will, it is covered in the 10X vision, as well as the associated documents that will be brought forward in relation to that, because 10X is our economic vision of where it is and where we want to be. Of course, there will be the associated documents that will come from that as well.
Doug Beattie, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Minister. And just taking up on that, and that economic vision. So what is the value of tourism to the economy?
Mr. Speaker, the member's looking for a figure from me. I know that in the run-up to 2019, we broke through our previous target of making tourism a £1 billion industry. Unfortunately, that's taken a real hit as a result of COVID. However, I think that we had a very good few years in the run-up to 2019, and the Open was a huge part of that and of our success, and showed the success that we can have on the global stage. Of course, then we had COVID and the resultant impacts of that, which are still being felt. However, I believe our fundamentals are strong. I believe the tourist offerings that we have international interest and continue to do so. I've been contacted by many tour operators who were looking for a relaxation of restrictions because people are wanting to come here and see what we have to offer. And I think we've huge opportunity to grow well past that £1 billion figure, not only because I think we can get the international visitors back again, but I think that COVID has also provided some opportunities insofar as the domestic market. We had a huge increase in the number of visitors from the Republic of Ireland during that period when the restrictions were different in each jurisdiction. I think many people will have got the taste for Northern Ireland. In addition to that, over the summer I was pleased to launch the campaign, the Embrace a Giant Spirit campaign in Great Britain to help increase our market there. So in terms of the Republic of Ireland, in terms of Great Britain, and in terms of people in Northern Ireland that are spending more time at home, as well as our international visitors, I think that we can bust through that £1 billion target once more.
Last week the Minister said, if there is a choice between remaining in office or implementing the protocol, the only option for any Unionist minister would be to cease to hold such office. Is the Minister therefore concerned that his colleague, the DAERA Minister, continues to implement the protocol?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I hope the member will look at my record and what I've done in this department and elsewhere, and the position that my party has taken, and that he can see where it is that we stand in relation to the protocol. I understand the impacts that it is having. I recognise the problems that it is causing for our businesses, and I want to make sure that we do all that we can to find solutions to the problems that exist, because it's harming our economic prosperity, it is harming our opportunity, and I'm very, very clear that the protocol needs to go, the border in the Irish Sea needs to go, and we need to have arrangements in place that reflect the reality of where we are.
Jim Allister, supplementary.
What does the Minister think is the message to London, Dublin and Brussels from those who say they are opposed to the protocol while at the same time implementing it?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think I've made it clear what the government, what the UK government and what the EU need to do. We need to recognise the problems that exist as a result of the protocol. We need to understand the additional paperwork that it is causing. We need to recognise the barriers and the fettering of trade that is taking place. That recognition needs to happen. I think to a large extent that recognition has taken place. But what we need to see now is action. And the message from me and from my party is very clear, is that we cannot have sustainable institutions when our politics is being poisoned by the protocol. That's why we need to see action on it. The government have given us some very fine words in recent weeks and months, but we now need to see action on the protocol. Not because it's affecting one party, not because it's affecting one tradition in Northern Ireland, but because it's affecting everybody in Northern Ireland, whether you're a unionist or whether you're a nationalist. It is affecting people. And I see Mrs Kelly shaking her head. Well, I can tell her there's a lot of businesses. There are a lot of businesses in her constituency that are affected by the protocol, and by the rigorous implementation of the protocol, which she and her colleagues have called for.
Order, members. Sorry, Minister. Order, members. Let the Minister proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And yet again, we have the failure to even recognise that there is a problem. There is a failure to understand the impacts that the protocol is having on business, the paperwork that people are having to fill out, the people that are not delivering anymore to Northern Ireland. Here's what I got in my constituency office when I went in at the weekend from a constituent. We got this, and it said, I am very sorry we are unable to send orders to Northern Ireland due to current customs restrictions. Your order has been cancelled and refunded, with our apologies for any inconvenience caused. That's the inconvenience that's being caused by the rigorous implementation of the protocol.
Thank you. The time's up. And the next member has advised us that she's unable to be in her place at this time. Moving on then to Mr Patsy McGlone.
Just I should remember that on different occasions the Minister, some of his party, actually said to me and voiced their concerns about the Brexit that they championed and advocated, and I put that firmly on the record. But could we come back to the High Street voucher scheme being delayed by 2 weeks? Can the Minister give some explanation for that delay, please?
Mr Speaker, I'm not quite sure what the member is referring to. It was always our intention that the scheme would roll out in September time. I think that he is probably thinking of the date that the legislation came into force on the 12th of September that allowed the scheme to proceed. That is legislation that had always needed to be in there. So a number of other elected representatives had raised this, that there was a 2-week delay. No, the legislation came in on the 12th. It was never announced that it was going to start on that date. We said we'd bring it in September time. I'm pleased that it will now be operational this month, and it will hit that key period of October and November time for the spend to happen, for the spend to take place, and hopefully reorientate people from online onto the high street in time for Christmas as well.
Patsy McGlone, supplementary.
My apologies if I interpreted or misinterpreted what the media briefings had been that were readily and often put out in different media outlets, but if that's the case, that's the case. But on the practicalities of it, Minister, there are people, many older people who maybe just aren't as computer literate, many people with learning disabilities who won't be able to do the computer work that's so required in quite some detail for this scheme. So can you give us assurances that there will be adequate telephony responders there to help and facilitate those people make their claims, because many of us have been through, in particular over this last year and a half, the difficulties of getting through on telephones, let alone emails or computers.
And Mr Speaker, I'm sorry to break it to the member, but the media don't always get it right, and maybe that's a lesson that the member has learned today. I understand the concerns that have been expressed in relation to perhaps older or more vulnerable people in our society. However, I'm always reluctant to say that it's older people that have the problems with the technology, because many of them are very much tech savvy. However, I would point out that family and friends can also help you, and I think that will be very important, and you will also be able to do it on behalf of constituents as well, to those that are not able to do it themselves. But in addition to that, there will be that telephone service as well. So I hope that by either people using the internet themselves, or getting a friend or family member or representative to help them, or by using the telephone service, that everyone that is eligible will be able to get their card, and I certainly will do all I can to make sure that that is facilitated.
Nicole William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister will be aware that there is a shortage of workers in the processing sector, and this is having an impact especially on farms, and especially pig farms in Northern Ireland. The Minister will be aware of this, and I know it's made a representation in relation to this. Is there anything more the Minister can do to try and avail of this situation?
Well, Mr Speaker, I do understand the concerns that have been expressed by the member and indeed others in relation to labour market shortages, not just in the sectors in which he mentions, but in others as well. And I think that we see that across Northern Ireland and the UK and the Republic of Ireland as well. Ultimately, this is an issue for the government, and along with party colleagues and executive colleagues, I have been in contact with the Home Office in particular in relation to this issue. This is down to the government and its own immigration rules, and I hope that we can get to that point where those rules are changed so that we can have that flexible and agile immigration policy. If the shortage is as a result of workers from outside the UK, that can be remedied. But in addition to that, making sure that we have the skills and the pathways available to those who need it as well.
Very quick question and very quick answer.
Yeah, thank the Minister for his response. The Minister will be aware that it is causing a lot of expense and grief to farmers that are and will end up in a welfare situation where pigs will be backing up on farms and can't be got away. So.
I agree with the point that the member has made, and in fact the animal welfare issue in particular I know is one of the issues that the Minister for Agriculture, Edwin Poots, has made in his representations to the government, and I hope that will be listened to and acted on as soon as possible.
The member's time is up. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two to move to the next item. Thank you.
Order members, we now return to the debate on the second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill. And we're now at a stage where I invite the Minister of Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on the issue.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I do want to thank everybody who has contributed to the debate at second stage today. I think it is unfortunate, Mr Deputy Speaker, that flow from the debate earlier on this morning has been broken up by question time, but that's part of the business of this House, because I think the debate that we were having, the conversations that were being made around the chamber are reflective of those conversations that have been had since this legislation was first even muted back in 2016 by my then party colleague Joanne Dobson, and the conversations that have been going on since. But I think it's clear from today's debate that there is an agreement that after considering the growing evidence base and the strong public support for the introduction of this legislation, I think we can leave no doubt that this is the right time for the Northern Ireland Assembly to implement this bill. And I would like to take just some time just to respond to comments made by members earlier this morning. In opening, I want to thank the Chair of the committee for their contributions and the work that has been going on since this was first muted in this mandate. And I thank him and the Speaker's office for the close working on this issue, that we've been able to get to this stage. And I look forward to that further positive engagement as we move through committee stage and other stages of this legislation. When speaking then as the Sinn Féin Health spokesman, the member then spoke about the delay and the opportunity that had been lost. What I would say, Mr Deputy Speaker, to those who have participated in where we are now, and that's that let's take the opportunity that we have. We've got this bill to its second stage, so let's move and make sure it gets to committee stage and through all the other legislative processes while it still has the opportunity to do that. The Vice Chair of the Health Committee, Ms Pam Cameron, when she spoke, she opened her comments by saying she was speaking on her own behalf, but then went on to reiterate the clarity that this chamber is the place for that debate. And I think when I reflect on the conversations that I had with the Deputy First Minister in progressing this bill out of the executive to second stage, to first stage to second stage to get it here, it was exactly that argument that we were making. If there are those who still want to have the conversation, those who want to get that more information and have a wider debate, this is the place to have it, and also through the committee stage that we go to now. So it's about taking that place that we have now in this point in time that we have now. And Peter Weir, and I acknowledge this earlier, I think when I was responding to Paul in regards to Peter's contribution, one of the things that this bill has allowed us to do is actually to start to have that conversation in regards to what organ donation actually means and how it can be promoted, how it should be promoted. But I think just reflecting, I think it was Paul's comments and maybe some of the other DUP colleagues in the House in regards about having the conversation, explaining to people. That's where we were in 2016. That was the counter proposal that came forward and was accepted and taken forward by this House in regards to what could be done with Joanne's bill in regards to wider publication, wider publicising of the conversation around organ donation. It hasn't got us to where we need to be, and I think that's that standard of 80%, 80% of actually organ donors registers. So it is about taking this to the next step. That's what this piece of legislation is about. It brings us into line with Wales, Scotland, England as well. And I think the evidence is there when you look at the Welsh numbers in regards to how that slow conversation and how moving into 10% actually increased the number of potential donors.
And he has sat and listened to the whole debate. But he talks about the conversation. But the conversation, even with his colleague Joanne Dobson's bill, was convoluted along deemed consent, whereas really a publicity campaign should be all about organ donation and the positives and the gift of life that presents. But if you haven't consented, it's very hard to present it as a gift. And that conversation then changes when it's wrapped up in deemed consent, and it can distort the conversation to that point. So I believe the Welsh model, the publicity in Wales is of a different scale to anything that we have ever talked about or anything that we have ever ran in this department in this country with regards to promotion of organ donation. And if that was set in train, I believe organ donations and people registering to go on the organ donation register would be mighty and be far greater than it is currently. Thank you.
I think the member, and I get where he's coming from in the argument, but I think that wait and see position doesn't get us to where we need to be. With 115 people on the organ donor register waiting at this minute in time, with the possibility that every year around 10 to 15 people in Northern Ireland will die waiting on an organ transplant, I think, as I said in my opening comments, now is the right time to move into that sphere of having the conversation, as I said to him earlier on, in the debate of dovetailing the conversation, the promotion, along with the legislation. And I do note, I think it was Paula Bradshaw said, about that year. And I think that's why we take that year, to have that conversation. So we move away from simply deemed consent, but also move into promotion as well, so that space is there to have those conversations. But just looking to the promotional activity in regards to that, between August 2020 and September 21, there has already been I think a start at that development. We've established a network development of partners and stakeholders with that wider wider collaborative approach, adopting the ability to amplify organ donation messaging, and that has been actually key to enhancing the promotion. Key partners in that have been charities, trusts, local councils, who are extremely supportive and proactive. Network development has also been augmented promotion in other sectors such as the voluntary community sector, schools, further and higher education, and our business community. Our voluntary community partnership work actually allows us as a department to reach a wide range of organisations, groups and target audiences as the grassroots of our society, and that has actually included faith, BAME and younger and older audiences. But there is already promotional activity, future plans in place in regards to no matter where this bill goes, and I do hope it gets to the next stage and actually gets to legislative consent, but that ongoing drive keeps going. And that's key to connecting and engaging with audiences because real-life people, faces, stories are very powerful, and we heard that from a number of members around the House today who actually brought to reality what it means not just to be an organ donor, but what it means for the family as well when a deceased relative or someone who passes away is able to give that gift of life that organ donation brings. But it's how we take this to the next step as well. So just looking around and some of the other comments, in regards to Cara Hunter's contribution from the SDLP, and I think that was reflective from all the SDLP contributions, from Pat Catney, from Mark Durgan and Dolores Kelly, was very much about that personal experience and what it meant for them as individuals, but also through the connections with the party connection in regards to the niece of their party manager, Catherine, and what that meant to them as a family. And that's where we start, I suppose, the crux of this conversation. Robbie Butler actually referenced, the work that had been done and where this had started with her party colleague, then Joanne Dobson. I spoke to Joanne this morning in regards to where we were going, and again, very emotional in this because of not just that interest at that point in time as a politician, but also as a mother, and also then eventually actually as a living donor in regards to what organ transplantation actually means and the benefit that it actually brings. So when a lot of members as well then spoke about young Dachi McGachan and his family in regards to Marcin and Seth and the work that they have done really promoting organ donation over the past few years, and I don't think anybody in this House could be in any doubt or haven't seen the publication and the advertising campaign that they have put forward as a family, because I can assure this House, like Marcin, like Seth, as a parent of a child with a congenital heart defect, and I think it was Pat said it when he was talking to the family, Dachi's stable now, but it's what could progress, what could develop in months and years. And see the reassurance of not even a young child, but of anybody at any stage in life, knowing that there is a potential of a donor being there, is a reassurance, and it's the hope that Robbie Butler actually spoke about as well, that this piece of legislation actually brings. So it's about that next step that we go into, and it's about the conversations that can be had and will be had around many dinner tables as to what this means and what people want to actually engage with. I think Paula Bradshaw, our contribution, I think finished with two questions. I think one I've answered, and that was in regards to the promotional activity that we have done and can do. The other one was, why is it taking this assembly so long to actually get here? And I think that is a question that has been asked by many campaigners, many families, and many people who have been waiting to get to this point. But we're here today, we're at second stage, and I look forward to engaging with the Health Committee and those other stakeholders that need that additional step to get this piece of legislation moving on. To Anya Murphy in her maiden speech, I welcome Anya to the House. She raises, I think, as every member of Fermanagh South Tyrone of that ask for equity for her constituency, and I can assure you that this legislation will apply equally to everybody across Northern Ireland, not just about where they sit on the organ donation list, but where they actually then fit into our organ donation scheme, and that's being able to receive that gift of an organ should they be deemed clinically fit and should that match be found. In regards to Carol McCullen's comments, I know Carol's not in the House, but Carl spoke of the need of this legislation and to move to place this actually in a statutory footing. And that's what we've seen in England, Scotland and Wales, and we've seen the difference that it has already made on the Welsh donor register and the effect it is having. In regards to that, England and Scotland are still in that implementation and advancement of, I suppose, having that conversation to be moved there. Carl also raised what is a realistic challenge at this point in time, and that's where our health service is still currently under intense pressure due to COVID and what we're working through. Just to give the member, I know she's not here, but she will be listening, an update on our renal transplant programme. And it's the fact that the Belfast Trust has confirmed to me that the backlog of transplant waiters, which had occurred when the service was paused, has been cleared, with the exception of 2 patients, and they're assessed as currently unsuitable for transplant. And for additional further information, over the period from the 3rd of March to the 9th of August, the Belfast Trust actually carried out 26 live donor and 22 deceased donor transplants, and they were averaging 3.4 transplantations per week. So that work has started again, and it is ongoing. Carl, and again, she quoted myself back to me a number of times, which can be dangerous in this place, but it is in regard to the need for financing and support, the financial support that my department needs. It's not just about the money, but the money will be useful and it is needed. And that ask, for the British government, the British Exchequer, actually, to supply that money to our health service. The Barnett consequential is there. I'm made aware it will be transferred to the executives. I suppose my ask to Carl then is to speak to the Finance Minister to make sure whatever Barnett consequential comes from that it is also ring-fenced and supplied to health in regards to what we need to do and what we can do. I think Mark Durkin, and expanding that point that Carl was making about the need to move this from into legislation and put it on a statutory footing, is really about those people who say they want to be an organ donor, they should be, but have never quite got round to it. So that's why surveys show that up to 90% of people say, yes, I want to be an organ donor, I know it's what I want to do, but only 46 have got to the stage of actually doing that. And that's why I thank colleagues in the House who actually indicated that they had taken that step. But unfortunately, that's what makes that further conversation that families have to have with clinicians, with other family members in regards to the consent principle, and with those clinical experts and support nurses that come along with this legislation that gets us from that 46%, hopefully to 80% or even up to the 90% that we need to get there as well. So in regards to further contributions, and just in conclusion, I think, Mr Deputy Speaker, in regards to the contribution from Joanne Bunting, who said she came to this with an open heart, and how this conversation is. And I think that's where some members in this chamber, some members in the executive were at that point of impasse. But what I will say, not just come to this conversation and this debate with an open heart, come to it with an open mind. So for those who have been saying they're not convinced or they need to hear more, listen to the evidence session that will come to the Health Committee, where those challenges, those detailed conversation and question and answer sessions can be had. Look to the responses to the consultation responses that my department actually conducted and where we are today in regards to that.
Minister, on my way here this morning, I listened to the 10 o'clock news bulletin on BBC Radio Ulster, and they featured the give airtime to a clinician.
Order. Can I ask the member to straighten the microphone so everyone can hear?
Sorry. They give airtime to a clinician who spoke against the bill. I was certainly very disappointed. I'm sure the Minister would have been disappointed to hear that as well. Would his views be representative of clinicians in general in Northern Ireland?
Again, I thank the member for the question. I didn't hear the contribution, but coming from the consultation responses that we did have, in that consultation, Mr Deputy Speaker, we received 1,917 written responses. They included 108 responses from individuals identifying as health and social care professionals, of which a total of 4 said they were either opposed to organ donation or opposed to statutory opt-out, citing reasons around perceived intrusion by government, and I think that was an issue that had been raised, but one will be taken forward, I'm sure, in conversation at the committee. But there were, and I will say to the member, a total of 15 responses were received from health professional groups or organisations, and none of those expressed opposition to the proposed move.
Will agree with me in recognising the amazing work of young Dahi McGann and his father Margie and his mother Seth, and his engagement with the likes of the Armagh senior footballers, the Antrim senior footballers, the Antrim senior ladies footballers, in raising awareness on this all-important issue. And through their engagement, they've worked towards getting this issue brought to the floor of this House, and they're literally saving lives. I think it's really important to recognise the bravery and the engagement of young Dahi and the family.
And I thank the member for his point. And I know he wasn't here for the debate, but the number of times that Dahi, Martin and Seth were actually mentioned in the debate earlier this morning, I think, is a testimony to the work that they have done in promoting this legislation. And they've also said, in regards to where we are and how we need to get on with this piece of work as well. And I'll join with their call in regards to that. And as I said, in regards to anyone who's met Dahi knows the power of meeting that young boy in regards to the spirit, the life that he currently has. And I think it's indicative in us to do all that we can in progressing this piece of legislation through the House.
Again, this is the second time I've been on my feet with regards to his intervention, so it will be the last. There is this confusion and this danger, Minister, that we fall into a trap when we're dealing with legislation that we can all say organ donation is very good. But organ donation legislation can be anything. It can be good, bad or indifferent. And our job as legislators is to make sure that the legislation on any given subject is as best as we can produce. I hear what the Minister says about taking it to the committee stage and then having an open mind. But ultimately, with deemed consent, it's either in it or it's not. Deemed consent is something you cannot amend away. It's either kernel of the bill or it's not. And that way, if you are opposed in principle to deemed consent, then even you come with an open mind, even you come with an open heart, that principle will always remain. And again, I emphasise, clinicians, no matter if they go on the radio or not, should be respected for their opinion and shouldn't be ridiculed in any shape or form if they hold an opinion. That's an honest personal opinion, and I believe it's worth giving. Thank you.
And I thank the member for his contributions, but also in that wider debate as well has been had in this public sphere and will be had in the committee as well. But I think if I hear the member right, what he's actually saying is he's opposed to what this bill is, and this bill is actually about deemed consent. That's where this bill moves. So when we move now to, I suppose, calling the vote, and the Deputy Speaker will do that, and the member will have the opportunity then to oppose what he sees as the crux of this bill. I think we've had the debate. I would ask him that he didn't divide the House on it, but again, that's within his democratic right. It's within his belief. If he has, I suppose, that concern about what deemed consent actually means. To me, it says the next iteration of the conversation around organ donation in regards to where we've been. We've done the promotion, we've done the sale, and now we're doing what has been done in other parts of this United Kingdom in regards to moving deemed consent into legislation. So once again, Mr Deputy Speaker, I am grateful to everyone who has contributed to this debate on what I believe is an important piece of legislation. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would ask members to support the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill and welcome the opportunity to work with the committee during the scrutiny of the bill. Mr Speaker, I beg to move.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. I think the ayes. Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. I would remind you that we should continue to uphold social distancing, that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place should not come into the chamber. Order members. Members resume their seat. Before I put the question, I would again remind members present that if possible, it would be preferable if we could avoid a division. The question is the second stage of the organ and tissue donation deemed consent bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. Do we have tellers? Or members, the following tellers have been appointed. Tellers for the ayes, Cara Hunter and Alan Chambers. Tellers for the noes, Paul Frew and George Robinson. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you, as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place, and ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourselves and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. Please be patient at all times, observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Could I ask the clerk to read the result?
75 members voted, 69 members voted aye, 6 members voted no. 4 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is carried.
The motion is carried. The motion is carried. Unfasten doors. That concludes the second stage of the Organ and Tissues Donation deemed Consent Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Health. Just keep going. A point of order, Mr. Kelly.
Earlier today, I asked a question of the Economy Minister about carbon dioxide shortages, which affect a number of industries here and, of course, by extension, the economy. And the Minister answered, in his answer, said that it was not within his remit or brief, which I think is wrong. I wouldn't want him to mislead the House.
I don't think that's a point of order, but the member has made his point and is on the record to be considered. The next item of business are motions to approve the 9 statutory rules. Sorry, there's an item before that. The next item of business on the order paper is the first stage of the Adoption and Children's Bill, and I call the Minister for Health.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to introduce the Adoption and Children Northern Ireland Bill.
Can I now ask the clerk to read the long title of the bill, and could I ask members if they are leaving to do so quietly? Could I ask the clerk to read the long title of the bill?
A bill to restate and amend the law relating to adoption, to make further amendments of the law relating to children and for connected purposes.
And that constitutes the first stage of the bill, and it shall now be printed. The next item on business are motions to approve 9 statutory rules, all of which relate to the health protections regulations. There will be a single debate on all 9 motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion and then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all of the motions as listed on the ordered paper. When all those who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record, and I'll call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion, and this process will be repeated for all of the remaining statutory rules. If that's clear, we'll proceed. Clerk, please read the first motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment Number 8, Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. And I call the Minister for Health to move the first motion.
Moved.
The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I now call the Minister to open the debate on all of these motions.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Today, members are considering 9 statutory rules which were a result of executive decisions taken between the 1st of July and the 12th of August. Mr Deputy Speaker, with your permission, I will focus my remarks in today's debate on the key changes made by these amendments. Members will be aware that at an executive meeting on the 10th of June, the executive agreed a number of relaxations relating to indoor and outdoor gatherings and the playing of live music, which were subject to ratification on the 17th of June. The 17th of June, due to rising case numbers and concerns around the increased prevalence of the Delta variant in Northern Ireland, the decision was taken to delay these relaxations for a further 2 weeks and to consider them again on the 1st of July. This would allow for further progress to be made on the vaccination rollout before additional relaxations would be introduced. On the 1st of July, the Executive decided that some of the relaxations could now go ahead. These changes were then introduced by Amendments 8 and 9. Amendment 8 came into operation on the 2nd of July 2021 and removed the limit of persons who may participate in an outdoor gathering, including a sporting event, and made a technical change to correct a previous reference error in the regulation governing gatherings. Amendment 9 to the regulations came into operation on the 5th of July and made the following changes. It removed references to sporting events so that all gatherings are treated the same regardless of purpose. It removed the redundant references to review dates. It permitted live music at licensed and unlicensed premises. It removed various restrictions on events for which an occasional licence is in place, and removed unnecessary provisions in relation to gatherings. It increased the number of households permitted to meet outdoors at private dwellings from 3 to 5, with the maximum number of people remaining at 15. Amendment 10, introduced on the 7th of July, introduced a provision that an organiser of an outdoor event for which there is an occasional liquor licence must require audience members to purchase a ticket in advance and must retain visitor information. At its 22nd of July meeting, the Executive considered the ratification of further relaxations on its pathway out of restrictions. Following advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor, and after careful consideration, ministerial colleagues agreed to confirm a number of modest relaxations in domestic settings and close contact services, and that Amendment 11, which made on the 23rd of July, would permit from the 26th of July, would permit up to 15 persons from any number of households to meet outdoors at a private dwelling, not including children, up to 12 years of age and under, and it would remove the requirements for appointments to be made for close contact services. The Executive met again on the 26th of July and considered whether further relaxations could be made. And given the data presented, ministerial colleagues agreed that some additional relaxations could be made. These changes were introduced by Amendment 12 on the 27th of July, which made provisions to permit the opening of theatres and concert halls, subject to current certain restrictions, and increase the number permitted at a gathering indoors at a private dwelling to 10 persons from 3 households, not including children. Amendment 13 on the 30th of July introduced new relaxations to regulations to permit music at indoor venues in addition to theatres and concert halls subject to certain restrictions. It reduced the required social distancing to 1 metre in hospitality venues and make a number of technical corrections. Amendment 14, which was introduced on the 16th of August, introduced new relaxations to the regulations to permit conferences and exhibitions with certain mitigations and restrictions. That included the collection of visitor information, the provision of allocated seating for visitors to the venue unless intending an exhibition, and the restriction on visitors' movement within the premises, except to enter or exit the premises, or to access a seat, access an exhibition stand or exhibit, make a payment or access and use toilet, baby changing or breastfeeding facilities or a smoking area. They also removed the limit on persons who may be seated at a table to consume food and drink, removed the restriction on outdoor house parties, outdoor raves or outdoor gatherings at a private dwelling, and removed references to bubbles and make some technical changes. Mr Deputy Speaker, turning to the face covering regulations that we have before us today, Amendment 3 of the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing a Face Covering Regulation in Northern Ireland was commenced on the 23rd of July and made a technical change to extend the expiry date of the regulations to the 24th of March 2022. At the Executive meeting on the 26th of July 2021, it was decided to relax the regulation of wearing of face coverings in places of worship during acts of worship and recommended this as guidance only. Face coverings would still be legally required when entering and exiting the building and strongly advised while singing or moving around the premises. Amendment 4 to the coronavirus wearing of face covering regulations were made and commenced on the 27th of July. They removed the requirement to wear a face covering in a place of worship or a place where belief were practised and enabled vehicle examiners in a vehicle testing centre to remove their face coverings except when in a vehicle with a member of the public. Mr Deputy Speaker, as Health Minister, I can see first-hand how the COVID pandemic has compounded pressures on our hospital systems and how sadly this has resulted in even more people waiting longer for the care and treatment they need. It's not an acceptable situation for me or for the Executive, and I am grateful to my Executive colleagues for their commitment and support in implementing a programme of investment and reform. Vaccinations remain our primary line of defence, and we are now reaching the final phase where we are pushing hard to ensure as high an uptake rate as possible is achieved. Modelling indicates that if we can achieve 90% first dose take-up, this could reduce hospital admissions by 50%. Our vaccination coverage in Northern Ireland continues to be slightly lower than other parts of the United Kingdom. So again, I ask everyone to please come forward and take up both doses of the vaccine. And as always, we also ask everyone to continue following the public health advice to keep yourself and everyone else safe. And I hope members will agree with me that these 9 sets of amendment regulations bring a welcome group of relaxations for our families and businesses and provide an opportunity to enjoy the additional benefits of socialising with their friends and relatives, while always remaining cautious for any signs of increased transmission of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, while we have come a long way, the public health situation remains fragile, with the Delta variant being dominant and remaining a cause for significant concern. It will be important to monitor the progress of this and any other variants very closely and examine the emerging data on the impacts of previous relaxations on the course of the epidemic. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
I now call Colm Gildernew, the Chair of the Committee for Health.
I will make some brief remarks as Chair and then some comments as party health spokesperson. First of all, I would like to offer my condolences and those of the committee to all of those who have lost family and loved ones since we last debated coronavirus restriction regulations at the end of June. Each and every one of those is a personal tragedy for those families and a huge loss. It is frustrating that we are continuing to see a high number of cases reported on a daily basis and the number of deaths continue to rise. Over the summer recess, the committee was reconvened on 2 occasions to be briefed on the rising number of cases and the work the department is undertaking to support staff through what is a very difficult period, has been a difficult period indeed, and continues to be a very difficult period for staff on the front line. We have seen from reports in the media and have heard reports from staff at first hand that there are significant problems and shortfalls within the system. It's very concerning when we hear reports of cancer surgeries being delayed and calls going out on social media for additional staff to provide cover and for staff to come back from much needed and well-earned leave in order to help with the pressures that the system is encountering. We even heard last week of someone waiting for over 5 days in accident and emergency for a bed. We all had thought that we would be through the worst of the pandemic. However, staff are under increasing pressure at this time and the system doesn't seem to be able to cope. And all of this as we face into what could be a very difficult winter season. I would like to pay tribute to each and every one of those health and social care staff who are doing their utmost to provide patients with the best possible care they can. However, it is up to us all to ensure they have the support they need to continue to provide the best possible service. The committee has again called for an urgent summit to be convened by the Minister to include professional colleges, unions, trust chief executives and political leaders to address and act upon the growing concerns of those at the sharp end of this pandemic. Acharya, the committee was briefed on these regulations at its meeting last week.
Order. I'm giving the Chair of the Committee considerable latitude, but I can remind them this is about the legislation which is in front of us, and I'd urge them to refer to it, which is being debated for consideration for approval today.
And those remarks are in relation to the impact of the regulations that we are discussing. So, as the Minister has outlined, these rules are the outcome of executive agreements over the past number of months and include a number of restrictions being eased. During the briefing session, members voiced their frustration at the lack of evidence provided to the committee to enable them to consider how the department advised the executive and of the probable impact that the easing of these restrictions would have on the transmission of the virus. The committee would like to see that learning from the last 18 months has been captured, communicated, understood and is being implemented, and that learning is being used by the Department of Health to inform the executive on future decisions. The committee would also like to see further work undertaken in relation to monitoring compliance with the rules and would ask the Minister to consider what monitoring could take place to further inform modelling moving forward. Following the briefing, the committee wrote to the Department to request that at future briefings on these types of regulations, that in addition to the officials who draft the rules attending, officials will attend who are able to provide information and answer members' questions on the evidence underpinning rule changes. This would include the impact of the rule changes and the broader policy context for the changes, and it will also assist the committee to better understand the rationale for the changes being made and to be assured that learning from the changes is being captured to inform action going forward. Following the briefing, the committee agreed to recommend that all of these health protection regulations be approved by the Assembly. And then briefly, just as Sinn Féin spokesperson for health, I would just like to reiterate the fact that staff out there on the front line are indicating severe levels of distress. I don't think I have encountered anything in my time as an MLA of the degree of pressure that staff are under at the present time. I would ask people to abide at a minimum to the restrictions and regulations, and indeed to do more and to do everything they can to try to ease the pressure on the services. I would reiterate the Minister's call to ask everyone who is eligible and can take a vaccine to come forward and do that. And I also would ask that the Minister consider those wider pressures in terms of everything we're doing. We have to support the staff, and we have to control COVID in a way that allows our staff to function and provides them with the support they need at this difficult time.
I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I just put on record my thoughts and sympathies with all those families who have lost a loved one over the entirety of this pandemic, which we know still continues to plague, and not least of all.
Order. Could I ask the member again to make sure her microphone is able to pick up what she's saying so everyone can hear her clearly?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I want to put on record as well my thoughts and prayers with the Councillor Paul Hamill's family at this time, as they go through this very difficult period of grief. We've made proportionate progress in easing of restrictions since we last met in this place. This has helped us move towards the normalisation of society that we all do crave, while not forgetting the public health dangers that still lurk across the country. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm someone with an interest in the arts and enjoy an evening in some of the many excellent hospitality venues in my constituency of South Antrim and across Belfast. And with the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment 12 before us today, we've seen these sectors open up once more. The strain that has been inflicted on the arts, and indeed the artists themselves, has been substantial. I declare an interest as a wife of a playwright and also as a secretary to my husband's production company, but right across the creative industries, a booming industry in Northern Ireland pre-pandemic, the livelihoods lost and venues closed will be hard to recover from. I welcome that Amendment 12 in the regulations reopens our theatres and concert halls, and this has been long awaited. These are venues that bring people together, break down barriers, enrich our society. We do need them to open and to stay open, not just for the venue to survive, but for the artists who perform, whose livelihoods depend on these venues remaining open. Mr Deputy Speaker, I've often talked about the hospitality industry in previous debates, and over the summer, because of the rule changes, it's been encouraging to see our pubs and gastropubs and restaurants and cafes reopen. People are glad to be back out and again experiencing the very best of what our local facilities have to offer, and also to help with them in terms of socialising and taking care of their mental health. However, we've also seen examples of restaurants that have closed, never to open their doors again. So we need to continue to meet the needs of industry to help more businesses survive. Key to this Amendment 13, reducing the social distancing to 1 metre in hospitality venues. Likewise, the amendment before us allowing live music once more is also very essential. Our pubs have some amazing local artists who use it as a platform to propel their careers. And again, these musicians need this platform to make a living, and that is most welcome after such a very long, prolonged period of time for these individuals. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also welcome the relaxation on face coverings in places of worship, and in conversation with constituents I know that has been greatly appreciated and is seen as another step, hopefully, towards normality. Mr Deputy Speaker, while our case numbers remain high, we need to continue to strike the balance on returning freedoms and moving to more normality, whilst also protecting our people and our health service. Key to this progress will be the public continuing to get vaccinated. We have all by now heard that the vast majority of those who are sick with COVID within our hospitals are unvaccinated. So let us all continue to encourage those who are able to take up that offer of vaccination to do so, and to hopefully free up some of those vital hospital resources to allow critical life-saving surgery and treatments for non-COVID conditions to resume at pace. remembering to continue to wash those hands, sanitise, wear face coverings where required, because we are, Mr Deputy Speaker, all in this together and everyone has a role to play. I commend these regulations to the House.
I call Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too would like to add my sincere thoughts and prayers are with those families who have lost loved ones to COVID-19. Coronavirus has undoubtedly impacted and touched every one of our lives in some way since March of 2020. Thankfully, over summer and since we last met here, we have seen some restrictions lifted and life returned somewhat back to normality. I welcome the steps taken throughout these regulation changes to ensure public safety through crowd management, through simple steps such as obtaining a ticket prior to an outdoor event, as seen in Amendment number 10 of the regulations. This helps ensure our concert halls and venues across the north can reopen safely and get back on their feet. I also welcome permitting music at indoor venues in addition to theatres and concert halls, and the reduced requirement of social distancing to 1 metre in hospitality venues, which I know is most welcome within the hospitality industry. I also note the removing of the restriction of outdoor house parties, outdoor raves or outdoor gatherings, as we have seen the positive aspects of this, like well-organised COVID-compliant events such as Belsonic this weekend, which I thought was very well organised and I was happy to attend. I know many families will be grateful of the increase of the number permitted to gather indoors at a private dwelling from 10 to 15 people, not including children under the age of 12 from 4 households. And I have no doubt that there was a lot of support and joy from sports fans, especially Korean fans, due to Amendment number 8, changes which focused on removing the limit of persons who may participate in an outdoor gathering, including a sporting event. After being in this very spot for the past 17 months, speaking on the tightening of restrictions, it is really positive to be standing here today, contributing to the fact that they are slowly beginning to loosen. I continue to welcome all and any return to normality, and I do hope that these regulations continue to loosen as soon as appropriate and safe to do so. In the meantime, I would urge everyone to adhere to restrictions that are in place and adhere to the important rules of hands, face and space. Lastly, and most importantly, I and my party would like to give a huge thank you to our nurses, our carers, our doctors, our counsellors and our community mental health teams for their ongoing commitment to care throughout this pandemic. Thank you.
I call Alan Chambers. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think we have to remind ourselves that all these regulations are in place to not only protect the public and the health and well-being of the public, but also to help take the pressure that we're hearing about in our hospitals. The pressure has been put on our medical staff and our nursing staff. It's also about the fact that ICU beds that are taken up by patients that present with COVID are taken up for quite a lengthy period, and that ICU bed in the meantime could have been used to accommodate patients that have had elective surgery. So these motions, the Ulster Unionist Party absolutely do support them. But one of the things, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I notice is that we seem to always have the Health Minister here to talk through these and to talk about the rationale behind them, thinking behind them. And, you know, as we look down these motions, some of them have the hands of the Community Ministry on them, some the Education Ministry, and some the Economy Ministry. But it's the Health Minister that has to come along and explain why these regulations were sought and how they were passed and why they were passed. And I know that I see this system as there's 3 prongs to this. There's the Minister and his professional advisors going in front of the Executive to give their advice. And then at the other end of the 3rd prong is coming here in this Assembly discussing them. But the middle prong is the discussion that takes place among the Executive Ministers. They're the people who make the actual decision. The Health Minister, in the first instance, delivers the advice and we provide the scrutiny in here. But nobody
ever comes and tells us why, and particularly, and I've raised this issue in the Health Committee, I think that the Executive Office should be providing information to the Health Committee to allow us to fully exercise our scrutiny role by telling us the rationale behind the decisions. I mean, I hear people saying, but the ministers all just fall in behind whatever the Minister of Health asks for. They all fall in. It's consensus. Great. Well, I hope that when the Minister asks for the Barnett consequentials, the extra cash that comes, I hope that when he asks the Executive to ring fence that consensus will be evident on that particular topic. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I now call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support the regulations as amended, and should probably declare an interest that Articles 8 and 9 refer to the return of team sport, and that's something I've very much appreciated, and I've seen firsthand over the last year and a half or so how difficult it has been for many people to not be able to fully participate in their sport, not just for physical health but also for spiritual and mental well-being. Amendment 8 essentially reflects the clear evidence that the virus spreads considerably more rapidly indoors than out. This is also the reason for caution around aspects of Amendment 9 and even Amendments 10 and 13, which, while allowing for live music indoors, still leave in place relevant mitigations, including in some instances, prior ticket purchase. I have to say I do wonder around Amendment 11, 12 and 14 taken together. They ultimately allow for large indoor gatherings in public spaces but still leave in place strict regulations, including on number of people and households at private premises. They seem to they say ignorance of the law is no defence against it, but I'm unclear that anyone outside this chamber is fully aware of the requirements around private premises and even less aware of the reason for them in the context of large gatherings elsewhere now being permitted. We have no option but to go with the advice on such matters, but we do also need to reflect that the public can be left bewildered and that this matters in terms of compliance, a point to which I will return. Of course, even these regulations have now moved on in their implementation, so that even, for example, advance records of attendance at events like hockey matches do not need to be taken. As a Liberal Party, we continue to regret that any restrictions are required at all, but we accept that on balance, given the evidence, many of them are clearly desirable in the effort to keep infection rates down and thus protect lives and our health service. I have been concerned, however, that the rationale behind changes to the regulations has been far from clear, and indeed I am one of several Health Committee members who have expressed concern over the lack of clarity around the purpose and assessment of the changes, and I think that's the point that Mr Chambers was referencing there a minute ago. There's certainly a striking lack of detail available to us as a scrutiny committee. These amendments all served to remove restrictions such as around social distancing at outdoor gatherings at a time that infection rates are rising. Again, to be clear, we come at this from a point of view that if there is no clear reason for a restriction, there should be no restriction. However, this did all create a degree of confusion among the public about why we are continuing along the journey to normality when infection rates were anything but normal and when pressures on our health workers are clearly abnormal. Was it that the original restrictions did not really work in the first place? Was it that new evidence had determined that they were ineffective in particular contexts, for example, in the summer? Was it that we were content, in fact, to let the virus spread during the summer among an increasingly vaccinated population? These amendments also came at a time when it appeared the modelling suggested that infection rates would peak no later than mid-August and potentially rather earlier. However, that is not in fact what happened. Was there any adaptation to the public health advice to take account of the peak not having been reached? These questions are important for two reasons. First, to repeat a point I have often made, these regulations only work if there is compliance, and compliance is far likelier if the public knows the why, not just the what. Second, it may give us some idea what to expect in the winter. People are already planning for business ventures, social events, educational activities and so on. What is the public health advice and evidence concerning what mitigations they should consider and what backup plans they should keep in reserve? In closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, with these amendments and any other aspect of the regulations, public communication is key. In terms of restrictions, we need clarity from the Department as to purpose as well as requirement. Thank you.
I call Justin McNulty.
Just over 18 years ago, the All-Ireland champions rolled into Casement Park. I was playing full-back for Armagh that day. I have to say we clawed our way out of Casement Park that day, not 15 to not 12. It's testament to the performance by the Antrim team. Anto Finnegan was playing cornerback for Antrim that day. And to say that he was an honest-to-God footballer, an honest-to-God man, is an understatement. It hits hard. It hits hard that a man of his calibre is gone. A man of the same vintage as myself, and I've spoken to my teammates about this, it hits hard. So I can only imagine how hard it hits his family. And my sympathies go out to him, to his teammates, to his clubmates and to his community. And thank you for bearing with me on this, Minister. Mr Speaker, in relation to the restrictions, we've all been notified about a permanent memorial to all those who've been lost during this pandemic, over 3,300 people. I think we can all get on board with that. There's no reason why any party can object to that, so let's all get behind that, to a permanent memorial to all those who've been lost. I want to touch on HSE staff in terms of the disproportionate percentage of those who remain unvaccinated. I'm trying to understand that, Minister. Maybe you can give some explanation as to why that is the case, and to also applaud those same staff for their incredible bravery, their incredible resilience, and their incredible ability to keep going in the face of under so much pressure, in the face of so much strain, with little support on very many times and very many occasions. Is there anything we can look at towards encouraging more people to get vaccinated? I don't know what those incentives might be, but how can we get a higher proportion of our society vaccinated and get in line with what's happening in the South? And touching on what's happening in the South, can somebody explain to me why we have skyrocketing infections here as compared to the South? Because we're inextricably linked to the South. We're inextricably linked to Britain as well. Can somebody explain to me why we've got skyrocketing...
Order. I would encourage the member to reference the regulations in front of us today. Mr McNulty.
I would contend, Mr Speaker, that these are very related, inextricably linked to the regulations in terms of our behaviours interconnect with the waiting list, because as the infection rates skyrocket, so too do our waiting lists, and so too does the pressure on our health service. So somebody explain to me why we've got waiting lists which are up to 100 times greater than they are in Britain, and we've got 30 times a smaller population. Can somebody explain to me why that is the case? How can we expect our healthcare workers to keep going? How can we keep demanding that they keep going and keep standing up to this pandemic in ways that they're reaching breaking point, and we're still going back asking for more? Can somebody explain to me why our waiting lists are keeping growing and why we're giving token gestures to our health service staffs who are just out there at breaking point? They need help, they need support, and what has been done to help and support them?
And I call on the Minister for Health, Robin Swan, to conclude and wind up the debate on all 9 motions.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I welcome today's debate on the 9 amendments debated today to the Health Protection Coronavirus Regulations and the 2 amendments to the Health Protections Face Covering Regulations. And I want to thank members for their contributions and their comments, and just to turn to some of the points from members that were made. Mr Deputy Speaker, I want to cover a couple of issues in regards, I think, as something that the Chair raised, Ms Paula Bradshaw raised, and Alan Chambers raised in regards to these regulations, and I think I've said it many times in this House. Mr Chambers asked about, or spoke about the 3-pronged approach. I think it's actually a bit wider than that. And I would just want to remind the House that it's the Executive Office that holds the lead responsibility and operational management of the process leading to these executive decisions and amendments to the regulations. These SRs that we're debating today were made to cover recommendations which predominantly originated from within the TEO Executive COVID Task Force. The SRs are wide-ranging and cover the remit of a number of departments. Again, I was disappointed to receive a response actually on the 8th of September from the First and Deputy First Ministers to say that my request for the junior ministers to lead today's debate, as they have done in the past, would not be accepted. And I quote, because they said they were fully engaged with priority work for the Executive Office. So I'm not shirking my duty as Health Minister in coming forward and bringing forward these regulations, because they must be done. But it is a multi-phased approach. There's an ask that's made through the Executive COVID Task Force. There's advice that is input then from health, from the economy, from communities. There's the discussion at the executive table. There's the decision at the executive table. And then we draft the regs and the changes that are necessary. And then the debate is had here. And in the past number of occasions, it has fallen to me to bring that debate as well. So in the wider ask that I think that comes from members, and rightly so, about that greater clarity into the discussions about how decisions were made and what implications there were, that's for a wider remit than solely me as Minister of Health. I can speak to the changing of the regulations that's been brought forward. In regards to comments from the chair, and again I thank him and the other members in the chamber today of their contributions towards our staff in regards to the thanks that they deserve, but also to reflect the duty and the responsibility that we have, that still the people of Northern Ireland have, in observing what are regulations that are still in place that help us try to maintain some level of control over this virus. And that comes back to the points that, again, Mrs Bradshaw was making in regards to face coverings, social distancing, good hand hygiene, and observing the pieces that are there, but also that was reflected by other commentators today that, about the vaccine and coming forward to take that vaccine. Mr McNulty, I'm not sure, made a comment, and I hope he got it wrong, when he said about the disproportionate percentage of healthcare workers who remain unvaccinated, and then went on to praise them. Justin, I can't match that, how you can hit them with one hand and then praise them with another, because it's not my experience that there is a disproportionate percentage of our healthcare workers who are unvaccinated. Many of them have taken the responsible step, more so than the percentage, I think, of the generation, or the public in general here in Northern Ireland as well. So it may be something that the member picked up or maybe said wrong, but that's not my experience. It's not my experience either. With spending time last night in Antrim Hospital in the ED, the resuscitation ward and the ICU wards, or in the Ulster Hospital this morning, in regards to the staff that I was talking to who are feeling the strains and the stresses that we all know that out there. We've all that bit to do, but their biggest frustration, Mr Deputy Speaker, and that's we've heard, and again, the examples that have come forward, so many heartbreaking stories of individuals over the past number of days and weeks, of those people who've remained unvaccinated but end up in hospital, end up in the ICU, and unfortunately end up losing their lives. By that stage, it's too late. So what I would say to people is, get vaccinated, and get vaccinated now, because the opportunity is there. In regards to going back to the debate on the regulations that has come forward, the chair of the Health Committee talked about compliance and enforcement. Again, there is a section within TEO that looks specifically at that. It was an ask that I made, the Health Department made, over a year ago, that working group be set up, chaired at that time. And I suppose my thought process, if it had been chaired by the Justice Minister, it would have brought a more strategic look at it. It wasn't to be at that time, because I think the Justice Minister said that she saw a conflict between chairing a working group that included the PSNI, local government, SOLAS, and a number of other organisations as well. So that group meets, it does its work, and it reports to the Executive Committee. It doesn't sit under my remit, it doesn't sit under my protocol, but it does look at compliance and enforcement. In regards as well as some of the information that it has brought forward, is that when other places moved face coverings from regulations to guidance, compliance fell by 30%. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'll say I don't think our compliance is high enough in Northern Ireland at the minute that we could actually afford it to fall by another 30% as well. So that's why that work still needs to be done. I think that's why those face covering regulations as amendment, I believe, has went as far as they could and they should at this point in time. In regards to the Vice Chair of the Health Committee, Ms Pam Cameron, referred to the changes that have been made, and they are proportionate in regards to where we see about outdoor being safer than indoor, and we've always taken that pressure, and thank her, you know, she acknowledged again for the pressures on our health service, again due to unvaccinated individuals ending up. 70% of COVID patients in ICU unvaccinated. That's the pressure that we are now seeing. But these changes in regulations have also been about how the Executive has responded as a whole. And I do congratulate her and acknowledge her husband in regards to the play that he did put on. And again, from friends and colleagues who were at it, talked about the positive COVID experience that it actually was, because it was compliant. And I think that's where Cara Hunter's comments made about those COVID compliant events. But it's also the responsibility and the onus on the organisers to make sure that those events are in keeping with the regulations, so that we can see that they are safe and are safer than those without the regulations that would be in place to actually put it. Mr Chambers' comments are covered in regards to how these changes in regulations are actually brought about. And that comment I think he made, and I seen it actually did bring smiles across this chamber when it was simply an explanation that I went to the Executive Committee and everybody fell in behind me. If only that was so. And again, especially in regards to the Barnett consequential of the health implications, I hope it is so, because we do need it. And that I think will address, and not address all the asks that we know is needed, but it will go some way to meeting some of the shortfall that we see. And again, I thank Mrs. Bradshaw for her comments in regards to the importance of team sport and the ability that these regulations actually brought about as well, because of the wider holistical societal input that sport actually has. In regards to modelling, our modelling was actually updated in regards to vaccination rates. It was updated and revised modelling was actually presented to the Executive towards the end of August. That should be published on my department's website as we produce the weekly R paper along with outbreaks and cluster reports as well. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, in concluding, and again I don't want to emphasise but finish about Mr Justin McNulty's comments in regards to our waiting lists. Why are our waiting lists 100 times worse with a population 30 times smaller? Simply 10 years of underinvestment. 10 years of underinvestment that has been through this House time and time again. And that's where we are now paying the price of those decisions that were made. Mr Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have answered as many of the members' queries and questions as possible. And in closing this debate, I would remind members that the choices that we make now will be crucial in ensuring that the virus doesn't begin to spread again. COVID-19 restrictions are being eased. We can meet more people and go to more places. We can cautiously start to return to a more normal way of life. So by making safer choices, following public health advice and complying with the regulations, we can all do our part to help lower the spread of COVID-19. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Minister, thank you very much indeed. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 8, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the second motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment number 9, Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021, Amendment number 9, Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on the health protection regulations, which has already been debated too. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021, Amendment number 10, Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
I call the Minister of Health to formally move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 10 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 11 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister to move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thanks, Minister. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 11 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 12 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call again the Minister of Health to formally move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thank you. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 12 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 13 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call the Minister of Health to move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thank you. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 13 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated, and I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 Amendment number 14 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I now call the Minister of Health to formally move the motion again, please.
Moved.
Thanks very much. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations NI 2021 Amendment number 14 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the next motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 3 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Health to formally move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thanks, Minister. And the question is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 3 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We will now move on to the final motion on the Health Protection Regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 4 Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thanks very much. I call on the Minister of Health to move the motion, please.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Wearing of Face Coverings Amendment number 4 Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, before we move to the next item, I would suggest that members please take their ease. Members, the next item on the order paper is a legislative consent motion for the Environment Bill. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That this Assembly endorses the principle of the extension to Northern Ireland of the provisions of the Environment Bill as brought to the House of Lords on 26th of May 2021.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs to formally move the motion. Minister.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Please open debate on the motion. And I call Iram Sir Declan McAleer and Kaiherlach and Christia Timpala. Oh, sorry. Pardon? Oh, I beg your pardon, Minister. I wasn't being deferential enough there, so I'm sure you'll excuse me on this occasion, Minister. Thank you.
No deference required from me. I'm just the same as I always have been, and don't intend to change. But thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to bring forward this motion today and to speak about amendments to the Environment Bill in two specific areas. The Environment Bill is a significant and wide-ranging UK Government Bill containing a number of clauses relating to Northern Ireland devolved matters. And on the 30th of June 2020, this Assembly debated and agreed the merits of a motion to grant legislative consent in respect of the provisions relating to devolved matters. I am grateful to the members and indeed to the ERA Committee for their positive engagement at that time. A number of amendments to the bill have been agreed as it has made its way through successive parliamentary stages. The amendments relevant to Northern Ireland's devolved matters are set out to Annex A, the legislative consent memorandum, which with the agreement of my executive colleagues was laid at the Assembly on September the 9th. These amendments mostly fall within the scope of the motion passed on the 30th of June last year. However, amendments introducing powers for DAERA to issue guidance to the Office for Environmental Protection and provisions relating to the use of forest risk commodities in commercial activity are new, and I am therefore seeking further legislative consent for these specific matters. The first matter in which I am seeking the consent of the Assembly for the UK Parliament to legislate is a new power for DAERA to issue guidance to the Office for Environmental Protection in respect of its enforcement policy. When the OEP provisions are commenced in Northern Ireland, a new clause 25A in the most recent printed version of the bill will be inserted via an amendment to Schedule 3 to the bill. The amendment inserts a power to enable DAERA to issue guidance to the OEP in specific matters relating to its enforcement policy and functions, as set out in the bill. The OEP is required to have regard to that guidance. This provision was introduced at Commons report stage and mirrors a power for the DEFRA Secretary of State to issue similar guidance for England and reserved matters. The OEP will, subject to Assembly approval on commencement, assume an independent environmental oversight role in Northern Ireland, holding public authorities to account for the proper implementation of environmental law. The OEP's independent monitoring, reporting and other functions are not affected by the amendment, which allows DAERA to issue guidance only on the OEP's enforcement functions and then only on certain enforcement matters set out in the bill. These are guidance on the meaning of the word serious when the OEP assesses compliance with environmental law and damage to the natural environment or human health, how it intends to exercise its enforcement functions to avoid overlap with other statutory regimes, including the Northern Ireland Public Services Ombudsman, and how the OEP decides on prioritisation of cases. And even with this limited scope, the ability to issue guidance is a safeguard if there are concerns about the OEP's approach or indeed if it requests guidance. It is not intended to be used proactively and cannot be used to direct the OEP to take a particular course of action in specific cases. I am aware that some concerns have been expressed that the provision somehow erodes the independence of the OEP. And while I believe those concerns to be exaggerated, the UK Government and I agreed to table further amendments at Lord's report stage, which were due to be considered on the 8th of September. These further amendments will afford the UK Parliament and the Northern Ireland Assembly the opportunity to scrutinise any draft guidance that is produced by the DEFRA Secretary of State and DAERA respectively, and to make recommendations before the final guidance is prepared and laid before the relevant legislature. This additional level of scrutiny was also suggested in a number of stakeholder responses to the DAERA discussion document on the plans, principles and governance provisions of the Environment Bill. As some members will be aware, events during the Lord's report stage took a different turn, with an amendment being accepted which removed the power for DAERA to issue guidance, which in turn precluded the moving of the amendment providing for Assembly scrutiny. And while I believe the Lords took their decision with the best of intentions, I do not believe it was the right decision. The UK Government has made it clear that it intends to reinstate the powers of the DEFRA Secretary of State to issue guidance to the OEP when the bill returns to the Commons, along with the provisions for parliamentary and Assembly scrutiny. I have agreed this course of action in respect of NI, subject, of course, to the Assembly's consent. Moving on to the new provisions on the use of forest risk commodities in commercial activities. The UK consumes significant amounts of commodities known as forest risk commodities, whose rapid expansion in use can be associated with global deforestation. This is often in contravention of laws in countries of origin. These risks include soya, cocoa, palm oil, rubber, beef and leather, and are found in many UK retail foods, cleaning products and cosmetics. I am seeking the consent of the Assembly for the UK Parliament to introduce legislation intended to prohibit larger companies from using agricultural commodities that have not been produced in line with laws in the countries of origin. The legislation proposed will require those companies in scope to undertake due diligence regarding risks of illegal deforestation in their supply chains and require them to publish information about their due diligence checks. It will introduce measures and send a signal that there is no place on the UK market for products associated with illegal deforestation. The UK Government wishes to support the efforts of governments and producer countries to tackle this problem. Many larger companies trading in forest risk commodities operate at a UK level and supply products to the NI market. To achieve this, it is therefore important that the legislation introducing due diligence applies in Northern Ireland as elsewhere in the UK. Responses to the DEFRA-led UK consultation exercise, which included companies who trade in Northern Ireland, were overwhelmingly in favour of introducing legislation. The implementation of forest risk commodities provisions within the Environment Bill will require the introduction of secondary legislation for the UK to be taken forward by DEFRA. This does not affect NI's remit to establish its own domestic forest policy. The most important aspects for Northern Ireland will be the turnover threshold for the forest risk commodities and any monitoring and enforcement falling to Northern Ireland departments. DEFRA officials have stated that they will engage with relevant NI departments in taking forward the secondary legislation and in conducting a second UK public consultation during the autumn of this year. Apart from their own individual merits, these provisions ensure that a consistent legislative approach is taken across the jurisdictions in which the Office for Environmental Protection will operate, and that a regime designed to protect forest risk commodities globally can be implemented on a UK-wide basis. Accordingly, I commend the motion to the House. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Agus na siaram sarin Caherlacht and Christian, Shin and Christia Talviach, Timpalacht, Agus Christi Tuicha. And I call the Chair of the Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs Committee, Declan McAleer.
As a chairperson of the Committee for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I welcome the opportunity to speak today on behalf of the committee to outline the views of the committee on the supplementary legislative consent being sought in relation to the Environment Bill. The committee considered the details of the Environment Bill last year and provided its assessment to the Assembly during a debate on the 30th of June 2020, where initial legislative consent was approved. Since then, the Environment Bill has progressed through its scrutiny at Westminster, and it's unfortunate that COVID-19 has contributed to the lengthy time frame to have been brought forward this legislation. Protecting our natural environment is a concern for us all. In recent weeks, we have seen devastating impact that environmental damage can cause with large fish kills in the Glendara River in County Fermanagh and the 3 Mile Water in County Antrim due to pollution. And a recent report from the Department also highlights a worrying trend of increased number of waste crimes reported in 2020 compared to 2018 and 2019. It's therefore essential that we have a comprehensive, robust and effective legal framework in place to support environmental governance and keep our local environment healthy. As members will be aware, the Environment Bill aims to address the legislative gap in environmental policy following Brexit and to provide powers to jurisdictions in respect of a number of different areas, including waste and resource efficiency, biodiversity, air and water quality management. The committee articulated its concerns about the lack of local public consultation and the limited time afforded to it to undertake scrutiny of the LCM during the debate in June of last year. And similarly, the committee has been given very limited opportunity to scrutinise the additional supplementary measures being considered today due to timetabling of legislative passage at Westminster. As in that context, the committee's view on the supplementary measures is presented. In February this year, the committee received a briefing from officials on 2 of the proposed supplementary amendments introduced after the committee and the report stage at the House of Commons that are deemed to be outside the scope of the original legislative consent and will have effect here. These include an amendment to Schedule 3 that will provide for the Department to issue guidance to the Office of Environmental Protection in certain matters relating to the OEP's enforcement function locally. Whilst unfortunate that any such guidance issued by a department will not be binding on the OEP, it is nevertheless welcome that local advice will be heard when decisions are taken in this regard and is reflective of powers available to the DEFRA Minister. Clause 109 in Schedule 16 will amend the bill to make it illegal for businesses to use forest risk commodities that have not been produced in compliance with applicable laws in the country that they are grown. The committee welcomes this amendment as a means to prohibit the potential use of products grown irresponsibly and to compel businesses to demonstrate compliance with appropriate legislation. The committee was concerned as to how future policy and legislation will be harmonised across the island of Ireland in relation to the use of forest risk commodities, as DEFRA will have authority for passing secondary legislation on a UK-wide basis. The committee was informed that by the department that DEFRA will undertake a public consultation on the development of future subordinate legislation, and this will be open to respondents outside the jurisdiction. The committee welcomes the fact that DEFRA has specifically requested the assistance of local government officials to engage with key stakeholders across Ireland when facilitating these consultations. The department wrote to the committee on the 29th of June advising of these amendments and that consent for these supplementary measures will be required before mid-September to align with the anticipated timetabling of the bill at Westminster. On the 27th of August, the department informed the committee of a further supplementary amendment that had been introduced at Schedule 3 following the House of Lords report stage. This amendment will compel the department to submit draft guidance to the Assembly for scrutiny and recommendations before issue to the OEP in respect of enforcement matters. The committee welcomes this amendment as it will ensure local oversight and accountability of enforcement advice issued in respect of the environmental transgressions. In summary, Las Concordia, the committee's views and concerns regarding substantive components of the Environment Bill remain unchanged from its consideration of these matters last year. In respect of the specific supplementary legislative consent measures being considered here today, these are broadly welcomed by the committee as they will facilitate improved local oversight and function in respect of environmental governments. However, I wish to reiterate the exceptionally limited time frame that the committee has had to consider these provisions due to the need to provide feedback in advance of today's debate and the Westminster legislative deadline. The committee hopes that the Environment Bill as amendment will help to bridge the legislative gap in terms of environmental governance caused by Brexit, but considers that additional local policy revision will be required in the months and years ahead in order to provide appropriate safeguards to protect the health of our environment and ecosystems.
I call William Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House today. As I stated in previous debates on this issue, it is important that the environment is given the protection that it requires, and of course, our hard-working farming community are key players given their role as custodians of the countryside. Farming generally in Northern Ireland plays a significant role in the protection, enhancement and productivity of the natural environment, and as a farmer I know firsthand the responsibility that goes with that role. There must be due care and consideration for the environment, and that goes for all individuals, sectors and industries that have an impact on the environment. The ability of our departments and agencies to be able to respond to protect the environment is important. It is also important that powers are adequate to effectively deal with issues surrounding threats to the environment. Following Brexit comes a requirement for legislation specific to the United Kingdom and the devolved regions, hence the need for this legislative consent motion to ensure some continuity on these important matters on a UK-wide basis. With that being the case, and as the motion states that this Assembly endorses the principle of the bill, it is important that, in principle, it is enabled to be operational here in Northern Ireland. We cannot have a situation where Northern Ireland would be without legislative cover in this regard. I know the committee did consider this issue, and given the time constraints and the arguments for tailoring our own bill versus the bill before us today, there is no simple immediate solutions in this regard. I am quite sure that in the days ahead, as various aspects of the environmental bill are worked through, that the Minister, indeed the DAERA committee, will have more opportunities to contribute to the scrutiny of the legislation. With this being the case, I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Snish here, Mr. Cara Hunter, Hunt Cancha, now called Cara Hunter.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The SDLP supports the establishment of an independent environment agency for the North. We note that in Scotland that they have led their own course. It is disappointing that this has not been the case in NI. Our Minister and the SDLP in Westminster have documented our concerns, as the Minister is aware. However, in recognising the need to work collectively to address our environment crisis, while as a matter of principle we believe any legislation that can be made in Northern Ireland within this Assembly should be made in this Assembly, we recognise that these provisions will go some way to protect our environment. We do, however, seek clarity from the Minister today that devolved matters will be dealt with here and that he will keep a watchful eye as legislation progresses. We remain concerned by the continued uncertainty and lack of information around the structure, operation and cost of the Office for Environmental Protection, both in general and how it will operate here. The part of the legislative consent motion which relates to the OEP, Clause 24A, needs to be considered carefully within the wider context of the unresolved issues around the OEP's application here. The lack of alternative operations considered and the continuing lack of clarity on the operation of the OEP. We are concerned that Clause 24A makes provision for a broad power, and we are unclear what impact it will have on cross-cutting policy and executive responsibilities here. It would be important to have assurances from the Minister today on this matter. In particular, it's crucial that we understand fully the impact Clause 24A will have on the OAP's independence and the lack of specific consultation here on the power for DAERA to issue guidance to the OEP in respect of its enforcement policy. I am aware that the similar power provided to the Secretary of State in the British Government's Environment Bill has been controversial with stakeholders in terms of its potentially negative impact on the independence of the OEP. I understand that similar concerns have been expressed by some stakeholders here via responses to the Department's environmental plans, principles and governance public discussion documentation on the equivalent power being provided to DAERA. These are matters that the SDLP Minister has documented and raised previously. We would welcome any assurance and detail from the Minister in his response on these issues. Thank you.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this LCM extension of the Northern Ireland provisions of the Environment Bill this afternoon. The overall Environment Bill is a very complex one, which is in two parts: the legal framework for the new environmental governance and accountability, while the second part concentrates on the improvement of the overall quality of our environment and the need for the biodiversity conservation to keep our natural ecosystems functioning properly. This environmental bill now has a number of UK government amendments, some of which have been extended to Northern Ireland, but are not within the provision, the previous LCM, thus the reason they are being brought forward today. The two specific devolved matters include power given to DAERA to issue guidance to the Office for Environmental Protection, and secondly, fire risk commodities used in commercial activity. The guidance from DAERA to the Office of Environmental Protection would include how the Office of Environmental Protection intends to determine the seriousness of failures to comply with environmental law, and how the OEP will determine whether damage to the natural environment or to human health is serious in relation to urgent cases. This guidance, however, must also avoid overlap between the exercise of its functions regarding complaints and that of the Public Service Ombudsman. Overall, the aim of this amendment is to permit DAERA to have enabling legislation to give support and be responsive to concerns that may arise in relation to specific elements of the Office of Environmental Protection. DAERA, however, still have to have and respect the independence of this office. Regarding the second specific devolved matter, it is recognised that the UK consumes significant amounts of commodities called the fire risk commodities, which have been associated in particular with global deforestation and against the laws of that country. Many of these commodities, such as beef, leather, even palm oil, are used in UK retail trade, which is so dependent on them. The purpose, therefore, of the legislation would be to make it illegal for businesses to use those products that have not been produced in compliance with the country of origin, thus allowing a consistent regulatory approach across the United Kingdom, which would ensure similarities for all businesses trading. This should also encourage global environmental protection, such as deforestation and the ecosystem conversion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is essential that the environment is given the protection that is so important and the legislation is fit for purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. Can I start by saying I share with many others the frustration at the incredible delay caused, it has to be said, outside this House in progressing this bill. The bill, which is needed to redraw vital regulations following the UK's departure from the EU, was introduced in December 2018, long before other pieces of legislation, including some consequential bills on Brexit, which were accelerated through the UK Parliament. Meanwhile, Deputy Speaker, we face a climate and ecological crisis, and Northern Ireland's unique natural environment is under significant threat. As the only jurisdiction within UK and Ireland without an independent environmental protection agency, a climate change act or a specific net zero emissions target, Northern Ireland is urgently in need of policies that will restore our damaged ecosystems. I will, Deputy Speaker, focus my comments on the legal framework for environmental governance within the Environment Bill. Our exit from the European Union will have substantial implications for the environment in Northern Ireland. The proposed Environment Bill goes some way towards addressing the environmental governance gaps that Brexit has exposed. However, in its current state, does not in itself offer the same level of protection and accountability as the European courts did. And as a result, there is greater ongoing requirement for Northern Ireland to remain aligned to the previous EU regulations. Now, to those who say we can do better, I say back, I hope you do. I hope you do soon, and I'm waiting and ready to support you in doing this. Governance needs to be considered separately, Deputy Speaker, from policy. It should go without saying that independence and an ability to prosecute effectively are critical to the Office for Environmental Protection, but that is not the case. A new provision within the bill grants the Secretary of State in England and the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs here in Northern Ireland the power to issue guidance to the Office of Environmental Protection on certain matters that must be included, it seems, in the OEP's enforcement policy. The UK Government claims that the new power does not grant the Secretary of State or DAERA any ability to intervene in decision-making about civic or individual cases, and that the OEP does not have to act strictly in accordance with the guidance where it has clear reasons not to do so. Whilst technically correct, it is clear that the new power will have the effect of allocating DEFRA and DAERA ministers a central role in shaping the basic principles of the oversight body, therefore constraining the role, I would suggest, of the OEP and its ability to act independently. I also, Deputy Speaker, want to stress that the Office for Environmental Protection cannot be the absolute for environmental governance in Northern Ireland. As previously mentioned, Northern Ireland is the only member of these islands without an independent environmental protection agency. An outstanding new decade, new approach commitment. With differing roles and scope, the establishment of an OEP should not be used as an excuse for not proceeding with an independent environmental protection agency and also honouring agreements previously reached. Finally, I want to speak very briefly in support of the new progressive clauses within the Environment Bill. The pandemic, Deputy Speaker, has laid bare the need for a new outlook on our economy and wider society. We need to look, therefore, at new, more holistic an inclusive economic model, including more sophisticated economic objectives and indicators such as environmental regeneration, renewable energy, and our impact overseas, alongside equality, inclusion, health, income, housing and the well-being of future generations. Mr Deputy Speaker, on behalf of Alliance, I am content to support the legislative consent motion, but I wish to stress the pressing need for bespoke environmental legislation for Northern Ireland and the establishment of that independent environmental protection agency. Thank you.
Jerry Carroll on Cancha. I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. You'll probably be aware yourself, Deputy Speaker, that hundreds of environmental activists from across the north descended here yesterday to raise awareness about the need for climate action, and among them were very young people, including one 11-year-old who spoke about the need to protect her future and the future of other young people. And that should be that aim should be foremost in our minds when writing or passing any kind of environmental legislation. And unfortunately, what action we have seen from Westminster and indeed locally falls far short in that regard. At a time when we need ambitious action and a crackdown on the biggest polluters, the actions of governments in these islands can only be described as reckless. The Tories are calling this bill world-leading, but they did not write a single target into it, nor any duty on ministers to ensure decarbonisation of these islands is achieved. And whilst it fills, as people have said, a gap left by Brexit in terms of regulations, it is a missed opportunity to deliver the kind of environmental targets needed, and is only somewhat improved by amendments which the Tories are unlikely to be very happy about. To consider one of those amendments before us today around what guidance DERA can give to the Office of Environmental Protection, it couldn't be clearer, given what I and others have said here today previously. Stormont does need a truly independent body with proper teeth to hold it to account on environmental issues. An amendment from the Tories to allow DERA and the relevant departments across the water to interfere with the process of holding governments to account was a shameless attempt to shirk responsibility and to maintain business as usual during this crisis. We support all amendments which strengthen the hand of the Office of Environmental Protection, those which declare a climate emergency and strengthen provisions to deal with the crisis, and which insert the necessary targets to prevent the crisis worsening. But ultimately, this bill won't be enough. We need local legislation which takes on the worst polluters, which commits to the most radical targets, and which protects those who are most threatened by the climate crisis, as well as those whose livelihoods may be impacted by the move toward environmental progress. That means implementing a just transition away from the kind of production, polluting and environmental wrecking that has become the norm here for too long, and whilst also committing to proper investment and reskilling for those who need it. Crucially, Deputy Speaker, we think this must be done in tandem with communities, workers, trade unions, in a way which empowers them to deliver a new green economy that works for ordinary people, not just the wealthiest. I don't believe that this will be delivered by the Tories, nor frankly the parties here, those especially responsible for dredging Loch Ness, abandoning Maboy, greenlighting destructive mining in the Spurns, or the failure to deliver sustainable public transport, to name a few of those issues. So I will continue, Mr Deputy Speaker, to join activists like those who gathered outside these walls yesterday and whose radical but necessary demands put world leaders in stuffy COP26 boardrooms to shame. Thank you.
Dolores Kelly on Cancha. I call Dolores Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in favour of the legislative consent motion and call on DERA to work with peers and to strengthen the provisions within the bill. I would hope that the Minister has got the message that despite his belief that concerns have been exaggerated, it's not a view that is shared by many of the speakers thus far in the debate. Some members have rightly remarked that we need the environment as a matter of priority. I think we're all agreed on that. Certainly that's the mood of the public, and if it's not too late already in terms of the climate change and the protection of the environment. And that's one of the reasons why, as a private member, I've tabled a private member's motion on nature restoration and the Environment Bill. And that bill seeks to complement and build upon the Environment Bill's framework, and the Office for Environmental Protection established within the Environment Bill will be distinct but complementary to any future independent
Environment Protection Agency, and it's our belief that Northern Ireland needs both bodies. I think Mr Blair said we need an awful lot more than is currently before us. And Ms Barton acknowledged the need, quite rightly, not only to protect nature and the environment here, but also to protect other countries from which we import many of the commodities into business for business use here. And we have to think of better ways of doing things differently. And the Minister will know well in his own capacity as a farmer and as someone who is very much in touch with nature that the research is not good in terms of how our nature is, and indeed how our protection current standards are. And he will also be very aware, as many of us are, of the nurturing impact that the environment has given to all of our health and well-being, particularly during this COVID crisis. Research, Mr Deputy Speaker, recent research by the National History Museum and the RSPB show that Northern Ireland ranks 12th worst out of 240 countries for the amount of nature we have left. That's 12th worst out of 240 countries. Not a position I think any of us would be proud of. There are 11% of the species found in Northern Ireland are currently at risk from extinction. Curlew populations declining in Northern Ireland by 82% since 1987. 97% of our wildflower meadows are gone, and just 1 out of 21 lakes are in good quality. And I know there are some farmers who are actually changing some of the practices to set aside some land for wildflower meadows. There's much work to be done, and it's my hope that this Assembly doesn't collapse and this legislative consent motion and other bills get the time and the space over the next few months of this mandate to continue their passage through the legislative process. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I now call the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr Edwin Poots, to conclude and wind on the debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and for all of those who have taken the time to comment on this issue. I appreciate you taking the time to give your thoughts to the matter. So I welcome the fact that the significant majority of people are in support of what is being proposed today for the bill, and I'll deal with those who have spoken against it. So the SDLP suggested that we should deal with these as a devolved issues at a local level. I'd have to say it strikes me as a little rich coming from the SDLP on this matter, given that it was previously dealt with by the European Commission, a body of unelected politicians, politicians who were appointed to do a job with extensive and indeed growing powers, and always taking on more power to themselves without accountability. So it strikes me as being somewhat rich for the SDLP to be looking for greater accountability whenever we're actually having an independent environmental protection oversight being established here, given that they were perfectly happy to have the European Commission, which is not an independent body at all, overseeing this particular role. This is the work that we're taking on, and this is who we're taking that work off. So this is a significant step forward for independence, for the environment, and indeed for the democracy. I do note that the SDLP do have a bit of a track record in this matter, because it was an SDLP minister that produced the body called Shared Environmental Services, which Ms Barton, for example, will raise with me on a regular basis. And that particular body, which has no accountability and total independence, did end up on the mouth of the courts because of a policy that they created. They pulled out of that court hearing and agreed to do certain things, but essentially they have caused a crippling of people who want to do some development in their farms, including people who will reduce the emissions of ammonia in areas like East Londonderry and Upper Bann as a consequence. So remind them of that. Mr Blair referred to the issue as well in relation to the guidance that we are looking to have the ability to offer. And I should say that it is exceptionally narrow, and it's not a power grab, and it's fairly evident that that is the case. And concerns about the guidance centre on undermining that independence of the OEP. But given how narrow the ground that the guidance covers, which is the definition of seriousness, overlap with other bodies, and prioritisation of work areas, indeed overlap with other bodies is like the Independent Public Service Ombudsman. So you can hardly claim to be stripping away someone's independence by assisting the oversight to be going in one direction or another. There is no threat to OEP's independence. In addition, the OEP is not strictly bound by the guidance, which in any case must comply with the statutory duty on the Department to protect the OEP's independence. Furthermore, it's entirely possible that circumstances may arise in the future in which the OEP may seek guidance from the Department, and we would need to be in a place to be able to offer them that. I'd also reiterate that in order to give further assurance, I asked the UK Government to table amendments to the guidance provisions that will require DAERA to lay a draft of any proposed guidance, Northern Ireland guidance, at the Assembly, which will have 21 days to consider if it wishes to pass a resolution on the guidance, and DAERA must then respond to the resolution and lay that response in the final guidance at the Assembly. So what I'm proposing is a democratic process instead of the EU undemocratic process that the members who are complaining actually seem to love very much, the European Union's undemocratic means. Mr Carroll addressed a series of issues which were totally unrelated to the issues in front of us today. Nothing entirely unusual about that. I would remind him that it doesn't deal with carbon because it's not a climate change bill. I have one of those before the House, and I trust that he will support it. He referred to the dredging of Lough Neagh, which was a matter dealt with by previous ministers. What I would comment on that is that they're not dredging Lough Neagh. They extract sand from Lough Neagh, which builds homes for people. And if they didn't take the sand from Lough Neagh, are we going to import it from somewhere else, such as the Severn? And is that more environmentally friendly to do that? Or does he not think that people should live in homes? Perhaps he has some better place for the population to live other than building homes for them. I hear him complaining about housing crises in North and West Belfast and other places, but he doesn't want sand to actually build those houses which he wants people to live in. So in terms of legislation on pollution, there is a lot of legislation on pollution, and there will be more legislation that will come forward on pollution. But again, it is the independent courts who are often responsible for the implementation of that legislation. And if there is an issue there, then that is where the issue lies, because a lot of the fines are large. Ms Kelly raised the issue, for example, about things like the curlew population. And we're working extensively with RSPB in a number of areas to improve the species, such as our ground nesting birds. People who suggest wilding, for example, would be a better way forward, are people who get it entirely wrong. And it is through the work that has been done with RSPB and local farmers in places like Glenwherry and North Antrim and County Fermanagh that we are seeing real progress on some of those species, including curlew. And that is a course of work that we are committed to, we fund and support, and we believe that it is important to build up those species and promote biodiversity here in Northern Ireland. She did talk about wildflower meadows and other habitat that was lost. A lot of habitat that was lost in Northern Ireland was down to the EU's policy, in that all of the land that a farmer would have put in terms of the single farm payment application, all had to be usable for the growing of grass or crops. And therefore, it was the EU who almost enforced a lot of the biodiversity loss because of their policy. So again, we will make our own policy which will better reflect the needs of the environment, of biodiversity, and we'll have more independent scrutiny of that than ever before. So this is a good news story today. I welcome the fact that the majority of the Assembly would appear to be in favour of that, and I would encourage the SDLP Alliance and People Before Profit to come on board with the rest of us. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you for that, members. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be so agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We'll now move to the final item on the order paper, which is item 5, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed.